So I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome everybody to the NDSF Summit 2022. For those that are joining for the first time, NDSF is the National Data Services Framework Summit, and it's an opportunity for the Canadian ecosystem to talk about things data. We are about 275 plus folks registered, so a good number. I think it's the highest number. As the fifth summit, the registrations have gone up each time we've held the summit. So I appreciate everyone joining the call. We will have a couple of opening remarks, and then I'm going to provide a little bit of additional background detail on RDC, and then we'll kick off with our keynote speaker. So just to introduce our RDC Steering Committee Chair, David Castle, wasn't able to be on the call today, so I just want to briefly introduce David. David has took over from Pam Bjornson. Pam was the first inaugural chair of Research Data Canada, and then David Castle stepped in and has been the chair ever since, and a valued colleague. David is currently a professor at the School of Public Administration and the Gustafson School of Business at the University of Victoria. And he's also a researcher in residence at the Office of the Chief Science Advisor to the Prime Minister's Office. So let's go right ahead with David's recorded message.
Hi, everyone. I'm David Castle, and for the last 5 years, I've had the privilege of being the chair of the Steering Committee for Research Data Canada. Today, I'd like to welcome all of you to the fifth and final NDSF Summit under RDC. There may be future versions of it under the auspices of the Digital Research Alliance Canada. As you know, federal investment in RDM now moves to the Alliance, and I'm very pleased that Mark Leggett is with the Alliance. Mark brings national and international connections like no other. I look forward to continuing my work with him via my roles as chair of the Scientific Committee of the World Data System and through the Canada Coordinating Committee for CODATA. Mark excelled as executive director of RDC in helping to bring together the community while providing greater structure, coherence, and impact to Canadian RDM. I would also like to thank Canary's support for 5 years. This support allowed RDC to continue its connectedness with the community, going back to 2008 with the Research Data Strategy Working Group, and later with the 2011 First National Data Summit in Ottawa. RDM has always been close to the grassroots, the community of researchers that support research data management. With Canary's support, RDC was able to build on the National Research Council's investment when Pam Bjornson chaired the steering committee. I was always greatly impressed upon by Walter Stewart, Janet Halliwell, and others that this research community continuity, the grassroots level, was incredibly important because it takes a data-centric point of view to produce, store, and use and share data. And this is really what meets researchers' needs. Given the importance of the connection to the community and maintaining a data-centric perspective, I would like to close these introductory remarks by thanking the more than 30 members of the working groups that make up the 4 RDC standing committees and the members of the steering committee. Thank you for contributing your wisdom and time to this important effort. I would also like to thank the participation of the universities, institutes, libraries, granting agencies, and individual researchers in our RDM efforts past, present at this summit, and in the future under the leadership of the Digital Alliance. I hope you'll find this summit engaging and thought-provoking. And now I'd like to turn the proceedings over to Jim Gatban, President and CEO of Canary, for his remarks.
Thank you for those, for a little bit of the history. I thought I would actually also add a little bit more sort of detail in terms of how Canary got involved in the creation of RDC or the support of RDC. First, I'll say though, this is since we've been since the NDSF summit has been going on, this is the first opportunity or the first time that somebody from Canary has actually spoken at the summit. And that is because we've always seen the role of NDC to be sort of much larger than the role of Canary. And I'll cover a bit of that in my closing comments. I became CEO of Canary in 2013, and just after that, I was approached by Pam Bjornson and Walter Stewart, names that David mentioned, around the need to have sustainable funding for RDC. Before we agreed to do that, we started testing within the community whether this would be something that would be worthwhile. We talked to the granting councils, and they all agreed that it should be funded. We also talked to the community members of the community. They all agreed that it should be funded. We talked to organizations that could also provide the funding. And many of them said, yes, it's worth funding, but we can't find a way to budget it. Unfortunately, Canary had a little bit of latitude. With the blessing of the board and agreement from our funder, we provided interim funding until such time as we were given full-time funding in our contract renewal in 2015. In parallel to that, there was Walter had announced that he was stepping down. He was going to retire, move out to Salt Spring Island, and essentially be done with this work as similar. Pam was leaving the NRC. So who was going to be the next executive director for RDC was left into our hands to work out. But rather than take this on ourselves, we convened the community, and we created a selection committee within the community to identify the successor. And through that process, Mark Leggett was selected and hired. And so he started at RDC as a Canary employee, I believe in 2015. I'll correct that if I got that wrong. And the message that we heard at the time has continued to amplify. The message on the importance of data cannot be underscored. If we look at the current experience with the pandemic, some of the scientific breakthroughs that we've had allowed an international community to come to the creation of a vaccine for a deadly virus in record time. That's through the benefits of sequencing and genomics, supercomputing, and the ability to move data to data centers that can actually crunch this. And Nizar will be talking at the end, and maybe he'll give you a more concrete example about that. So data. I think for everybody on this call, I think it goes without saying that is where the asset is. The data is not only it's not only important for RDC and the Alliance to think about data nationally, but there's a huge international component. Pandemics don't understand geopolitical boundaries. And it's important to have an infrastructure that allows for the movement of data, the collection of data, the manipulation of data, the processing of data, the visualization of data, and also the storage and long-term archival of data, as well as retrieval for future use. In recent discussions with the Alliance, we are convinced that that is the approach that they're going to take. When you take a researcher-centric perspective versus an infrastructure-centric perspective, you land on that workflow. So we're very happy that, as is David, that RDC is moving into the Alliance, and that also that Mark Leggett is moving into the Alliance. This is, I believe, the final version of the NDSF Summit. You'll hear later from Nizar how it's going to evolve within the Alliance, but I'm sure you'll all be very excited about the next step for RDC. And with that, I will turn it over to Mark Leggett, turn it back to Mark Leggett to give you the background on the summit itself. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks, Jim. And it doesn't need a correction because I was involved with RDC from the very early days, but my time as executive director started in February of 2016. So it's almost to the month in terms of the number of years I've been involved with RDC as 6. So I'm going to provide a little bit more context for RDC. just briefly, a summit code of conduct. Obviously, we want everybody to enjoy and get as much as they can out of the event. So any questions and comments you have can go into the chat. We're not using the traditional Zoom webinar with the Q&A. So any questions you have would go into the chat. Please limit them to the subject of the event. The other bullets there you can read, no tolerance for any kind of harassment or inappropriate behavior. If you have any issues with anybody who's joined and you feel there was an error, then just let Victoria or myself know in the chat. As I said, sorry, I forgot to update this when I realized we weren't using the Zoom. So the chat is the only option available for questions. So I will be monitoring the chat for questions. I believe Lena has shared a Google link for you to take notes. Lena herself will be kind of keeping notes so that we can produce a summary document at the end of the event. There's Lena on video. Lena is one of the 2 international interns who I'll mention again briefly in a minute. So feel free to go into that Google Note. Lena's prepared a space for any of you to take notes in that same Google document. And then in our last session, which is kind of that looking forward piece after Nizar speaks, we'll have a set of Menti slides to get additional focused feedback based on a couple of questions. So just a little bit more background. Many of you, I recognize almost all the names. There's a number of names that I haven't seen before. So just quickly, RDC is a stakeholder-driven and supported organization dedicated to improving the management of research data in Canada. RDC was established following a recommendation in the report that David alluded to in 2011. And RDC plays an essential role in realizing the vision developed at that summit. And I suppose to some degree this summit is intended since its beginning in 2017 to continue the goals of that original Research Data Management Summit. Our vision is to make sure that research data is available to further research and innovation in the country. We believe that research data are considered a public good. Obviously, we're funded by our public, typically public research funders, but increasingly also philanthropic funders, and that all sectors of society can benefit from access to that research data. So that has been our driving kind of goal since RDC was started. The NDF Summits quickly became our signature event for providing a conversational context for our colleagues to engage in a conversation around best practices in research data management. Each of the summits has produced a report. 2 of the summits had a focus on what became known as the Canada Declaration, which I'll mention again briefly, but that was kind of a reflection of the key principles that the participants of the summits felt were important for the community to bear in mind. The first summit was in 2017. It was in conjunction with the Research Data Alliance, which is an event that some people are familiar with. RDA, or the Research Data Alliance plenaries, were typically held twice a year in person. Obviously, for the last couple of years, they've been virtual. But that event in Montreal was the first instance of a Canadian hosted RDA event, and the only one so far. And that was our very first summit, and that's where we devised a working plan that, or the intention to create a working group that would come up with an articulation of intersections that would be important to continue the conversation. So that was number 1. We took a hiatus in 2018 and had our first summit in Canada with the what became known as the Canada Declaration. So it was again, a focused conversation around the core principles related to data management in this ecosystem. It was a great event. I don't know how many people on this call were at the Brook Street Hotel. It was a nice event. It was very snowy, and it was hard to get away from the Brook Street Hotel in Canada. So we were kind of all confined to our hotel for 3 days, and by all indications, people had a wonderful time. And as we used to engage face-to-face in these kinds of events, the event went from breakfast until late in the evening as people enjoyed conversations outside of the official kind of agenda. So that was, again, as I said, that was the event that from which we produced the Canada Declaration, which was a set of high-level principles related to data management. The third summit was again held at the same Brook Street Hotel, which I always found funny because it was the Brook Street Hotel is located on Leggett Drive. So it always had a bit of a personal, a personal link for me. That second one further refined the Canada Declaration, considered gaps, what would work best at the institutional, provincial, regional, national, international levels. So there were a series of breakout sessions that tried to get at some of these fundamental questions of what do you do in order to facilitate data management at particular levels within the ecosystem. Last year's event was called Crafting the Canadian Open Research Commons. And this was an attempt, because there was an emerging set of working groups and exercises in CODATA and RDA in particular, that were looking at how to create a more interoperable global open research commons, or global open science cloud, as it's also sometimes called. So this was a kind of a core meeting where we again had 5 breakout sessions. So this summit was very much focused on conversation in smaller groups. And the result of that document, which I'll provide the link, and Lena will put the link in the chat for you, was published just recently. Thanks to Lena and Ferris Dane, who's the other international relations intern with me at the Alliance. They did a lot of the work to get that summary document ready. And that brought us to today. So the looking back and looking forward, I think it's clear, given where we are with the history of Research Data Canada and all the work that Pam Bjornson and colleagues did in the early days. And as Jim said, coming to Canary to try to find sustainable funding to move RDC forward. So I think that strategy has worked well, and it continues to work well as the functions of RDC. So whereas we may not see the actual Research Data Canada branding and the NDSF Summit branding within the Alliance family, 100% of the functions that I carried out along with my colleagues in the working groups is part of the Alliance in my new role and in other roles as well. Just, I thought it was an interesting bit of history, because I had actually forgotten about this, and then as we were moving the project forward, I looked at some of the material on the website and was remembered about a meeting called the ARC meeting, which was called such because it was held in the ARC Hotel. Was one of those kind of seminal moments, I think, in the history of Canada's research data management ecosystem and in terms of the stakeholder community. So that was there was a meeting held, and one of the very first funded efforts from RDC before I joined RDC. So this would have been under Pam and Walter Stewart's jurisdiction when they joined Canary, was some funding that was held to facilitate further investigation into platforms, hence the collaboration with Compute Canada and Canary, as well as how to build a more cohesive stakeholder community. So that was an important bit of funding that provided a springboard for the ongoing development of RDC and eventually projects like the Federated Research Data Repository. And that was called the Federated Pilot. Kind of going over some of the key activities that RDC carried out over the years. One that a lot of people probably don't realize is that the Research Data Management Glossary, which has gone through various iterations, started under Claire Austin's amazing chairship of the Standards and Interoperability Committee in RDC. And Claire and her colleagues created the first two versions of what became known as the RDM glossary, which then was taken on by CASRE. And when CASRE as an organization folded, they passed the baton to CODATA. So CODATA just very recently finished getting feedback on adding new definitions and modifying the existing definitions in that glossary, and has now taken that over. And it's probably one of the most used resources in the RDM ecosystem. It's a very good tool for use by the community. I won't go into many of these in detail. I just want to highlight a couple more. The Canada Declaration, again, is something that has been very useful in continuing the conversations at these summits, but is also something that I think the larger community has seen advantage from. One of the more active working groups, which actually had two iterations, was the Unique Identifiers or Persistent Identifiers Working Group. The latest version of that document was just completed last week. So that's version 2. So we'll be publishing that and making the link available shortly. So that Unique Identifiers was an attempt to identify core persistent identifiers in the research data ecosystem and make recommendations on how Canada can build a system. Lena's put the link into the 2021 summary event. When my slides are available, if you're not able to grab that link out of the chat, there is also a link there to that document. And that event saw a number of key statements that the stakeholders felt were important in continuing the evolution of the research data management ecosystem under the leadership of the Alliance. So that reflected our last conversation. There are more RDC outputs. We have a community in Zenodo. The URL is quite simply zenodo.org/communities/RDC-VRC. And you can also get those in the new Alliance Canada Zenodo community, which will also include our colleague organization, Portage, and the various outputs they produce, as well as the Alliance in general. So that, the other thing I did want to just highlight, Jim alluded to it, but certainly a lot of my time with RDC and increasingly my role as the International Director of International Relations with the Alliance is focused on this international piece. And you're going to hear after our keynote and before the break, the result of one of the more recent activities related to a lot of those identifiers that you see at the top there. So Research Data Canada has certainly done what it could to provide a leadership role for Canada in the international research data management ecosystem. And all four of those organizations that you see in that circular data together diagram at the bottom, either myself or David Castle and other colleagues have leadership roles in all of those organizations. I did want to thank David alluded to a number of around 30, and I think he was reflecting on the number of folks that were on the RDC steering committee. This is all the people that were involved on one of the 5 RDC standing committees or one of the working groups since I started. So my apologies to those who I left off because they were on groups before I started, because one of the first things I did when I joined as the executive director at RDC was I did a bit of a retooling of the committee structure. Close to 100 individuals have been involved in RDC over the last 6 years. So I'd like to give a big round of thanks to them. A number of them are on the call today. And a number of them have expressed an interest in continuing to be involved in some of the activities that they were engaged in, such as producing that persistent identifiers document in the new alliance context. And Nizar will have some further words about what that might look like. And then finally, I did want to thank Jim Gadban and the Canary team. I'm actually taking the call today. My wife and I drove up to Ottawa on Friday to spend some time with our son and his wife and our grandson. And it was a pleasure for me to be able to come in to the new Canary Digs, which I hadn't seen before, in downtown Ottawa, and see some of the familiar faces from my colleagues at Canary. So I did want to give them a big round of thanks. And also, as I mentioned, to Faraz and Lena, who are joined the Alliance team in January and are both international relations interns and are doing all kinds of interesting things in the year of that internship. So many, many thanks to everybody on Canary and to Lena and Faraz. And with that, I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, and I'm just going to stop my share here and give Timothée a chance to put up his slides. Timothée, I'm very pleased to introduce Timothée Poisot. Timothée is Associate Professor of Quantitative and Computational Ecology at the Department of Biological Sciences at the Université of Montréal. His research focuses on the search for general laws in ecological systems and on the development of novel quantitative methods for the analysis of complex adaptive ecological systems. And I did want to also add that Timothée had joined one of the other groups I was involved with a couple of years ago, and we did a revitalization of the committee. It was the Canadian National Committee for CODATA. Many thanks to the efforts of Ernie Boyko in particular. But Timothée is one of the researchers that joined the recent retooling of that Canadian National Committee for CODATA. So Timothée, with that, I will pass it over to you.
There, that's better.
Thank you, Mark. Thanks, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, you're good. We can hear you.
Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to be able to interact with this community. I'm going to tell you a couple stories today that relate to the way we interact with data, computing services, and research software as ecologists. So just as a way of introducing myself, I'm looking for generalities in ecology, which is something that ecologists are not necessarily doing. There's a saying in community ecology, which says there is no general laws to anything. Every system is idiosyncratic in the highest possible way. And what we're trying to do in the lab is develop novel quantitative techniques to figure out whether or not this is true and try to identify commonalities across systems. When I'm not doing that, I'm involved with Compute Quebec, which was a regional center from Compute Canada. I'm also a scientific board member of the Canadian Institute for Ecology and Evolution, where one of the most important mandates we have at the moment is the curation and archival of data on Canadian ecosystems in order to better anticipate the effects of, for example, climate change, land use change, and all that. I've been serving on the editorial board of a couple journals, including Methods in Ecology and Evolution as a software editor, formerly PLOS Computational Biology, also as a software editor. All that is to say, I read a lot of code. I read a lot of what scientists write when they're developing software packages, data analysis pipeline, sort of thing. And that's been very immensely helpful in informing our own practices. So what I'm going to do is just go through 3 different examples of the way we've been working at different scales on ecological problems, and then conclude on something that is a little bit more about the way it informs our current approaches to software development and the production of new tools. Before I do that, I'd like to start with a territorial acknowledgement. I'm based in Montreal. All of the studies that are presented here have been conducted on land that is unceded territory of Canadian First Nations. A little bit of disclaimer. I use computers for most of my 9 to 5, 9 to 6, 7, 10 job. I don't like computers very much. They stand in the way of doing science. I'm also building a lot of tools. I don't like tools. I like it's very old-fashioned. I've spent my life living the terminal. I use VIME to edit my little text. I use MUT to read my little emails, and that's about all that I can stand. And the reason for that is I don't like user-friendly things. I like things that don't stand in the way. I like things that are user-empowering, and I like things that are going to help with translating Notion from what I want to do to how it's actually done. So I'm very minimalistic in my approach to tools, and that is something that we produce in the lab when we building new software packages. So here's the situation where, if I'm looking at research computing, research data are two very extreme in the pipeline. Research computing is all of the hardware, all of the people that make it run, all of these very infrastructure that, depending on your field of research, can be a little bit mysterious. When I talk to my colleagues in biology, they don't necessarily know what the L2 cache is, or what the difference between architectures of processors and things like that. It's just the big black box where the data go and the science happen, and then you take some science out and you write a paper. On the other end, what we know really well, where we embed all the domain expertise, is the research data. So what we produce in the labs through observation, simulation, measurement, experimentation. That is the thing that we know really well. What's really the little cog that is connecting these two pieces together is the production of research software. How do we take the data that we have, how do we put them in a way that they can be consumed by a computer, and it's what is the software that we can use to operationalize this data. The way I usually talk about software with students is it's your scientific theory that you materialize in the form of code, right? You understand the way things are going, you know what to do, you know what the method should be, and then you write it very, very explicitly. And so when I was starting to prepare this presentation, I started thinking at the way we interact as ecologists with the three components. And what I realized, I knew that for a while, that in terms of computing, most of our problems are really what we would call embarrassingly parallel. If I have a million simulation, that's easy to parallelize. None of them require very complex strategies. In terms of data, being biodiversity scientists, a lot of the data that we have is very low volume and very low velocity. Just to give you an example, if you want to go in a field and describe the interaction between the plant and the pollinators of one field that is 100 meters by 100 meters, it is going to take a couple of weeks, maybe a couple of months, and it's just one data point. But the data that we have is also high stakes. It's becoming more and more high stakes because there's a whole sort of international legal framework about using biodiversity information in order to do policy making. So the Conference of Parties, for example, has a need to synthesize information about the state of biodiversity, compare the different trends, and come up with policy recommendation. And we're trying to do all of that with very limited information. And so this little intermediate step of research software is a lot of what we do is only going to happen once. We just saw there's a new question, we're going to write the tools to solve this new question, and we're going to move on. And there could be a trend of like discarding everything we do at every point, but that's not really the way we're working in the lab. It's instead we see that as we're creating new building blocks, and then we keep them, we assemble them, and we make sure that they're reusable. So we're building libraries. I'll get to that in a moment. But we're building a system where we can reuse everything that we've done, even though the specific analysis is only going to happen once. So in order to make the comparison a little bit more intuitive, there's like two apps that I can get on my phone. On the left is iNaturalist. iNaturalist is a community science project where people can take a picture of a plant, fungus, an animal, whatever, and say, here is where I took this picture, here is the time, and here is my best guess as to what this organism is. But it's very static, it's expecting that people will go here, and it's not providing any sort of forecasting and prediction, and it's information that's not really actionable. So let's say, oh, I'm really into frogs, and there's a species of frog that I really want to observe in its natural environment. All of the information I have based on iNaturalist is, here are the location where it's been observed before. There's no forecasting tools. There's no, oh, maybe like in 5 days at this location would be the right time for you to go and observe that. So it's a repository of information, but could be so much more in a sense. And that's not a criticism of iNaturalist as a platform. It's simply, this is the way the tool is working at the moment. It's interesting to compare that with the Weather Network app or any weather application. It's very dynamic, it's updated in real time, and it allows decision making in a way that is really, really simple, really embedded into our daily life. Like, what am I going to wear this morning? And so yesterday the temperature was nice. This morning it was -12, and I was able to make an informed decision because before I even step outside, I could check and make a data-driven choice as to what's going to be my behavior. So biodiversity sciences, we can't really do that most of the time. And the great challenge at the moment is that the calls for data-driven, evidence-based policy recommendation is more and more frequent, and the type of question and the refinement that is needed in the answer is also increasing. And so we sort of, as biodiversity scientists, exist at this strange interface between, we have this abundance of tools and infrastructure and knowledge and theory. We have very limited data, and we urgently need to turn that into recommendation. So to give you an illustration of what that can look like in practice, this is something that a project that we've been developing with a master's student in the lab a couple of years ago, and that turned into something that some municipalities in the Laurentians region of Quebec wanted to operationalize for their environment protection plan. And the question that they asked us is, can animals move freely in our territory? One of the issues that we had with the methodology at this point is, in order to know what's called landscape connectivity, you usually put a group of experts together in a room for one afternoon, and you ask them, pick 10 species that you think are going to be good indicators. But if you pick a different pool of experts, you're going to get a different pool of species. And so the first thing that we asked is, what if we didn't guess? What if we, in the face of ambiguity, refuse the temptation to guess, as it would be phrased in Python terms? So what we decided to do is take all of the species that were previously identified as being ecologically relevant and informative, so 93 species that we know are in Quebec, and make the least amount of possible assumptions about the way they move. So one thing that we've done is maybe they take information in a very small radius or a very large radius. Maybe they move a little, maybe they move a lot. We don't know. We don't really know because we don't have an evidence basis to do that. So we're going to simulate dispersal of different ranges. The issue is that we had 93 species times 3 different radiuses, and every pixel, in order to produce a map, is its own simulation because we're using sliding windows. So we had tens of millions of simulations to run, but that was fairly easy to parameterize, right? It was something that was not necessarily, it was a couple of years of compute time that we've done on Compute Quebec machines, but it was nothing really out of the ordinary. And the result that we got was something like that. It's a map of connectivity. Montreal would be in the bottom left corner here. The National Park of La Vérendrye would be the little thing on the top right. Values that are towards 0, so the yellow values are really, really difficult to get across for any single random animal that you would pick. And the blue values are, you know, a little bit more amenable to connectivity. But this map, it's an average of 93 different random simulations. And so one of the questions that we were asked as a partners at this time was, okay, but what do we actually track? Like, there is no way we're going to be tracking 93 different species. There's no way we're going to collect all of the evidence needed to refine 93 different connectivity values. So we started looking at, you know, let's take, this map is about 1 million pixels, and we have 93 different species. So that's a big matrix. Let's cluster that. And the clustering that we ended up with there's only really 3 things happening. You know, if you have 93 species, they do not move across the landscape in 93 different ways. They optimally move in the landscape in 3 different ways. You have species that look like this salamander here at the top, very aquatic, very poor dispersal on land. You have essentially all of the birds that are different categories of dispersal, and then you have the mammals, the most central of which, in terms of like its centroid in the space of connectivity, is a black bear, sorry. And these are the 3 things that you need to check if you want to build the most informative indicators possible. And then we went back to our original data, and we subdivided the 93 different maps into these 3 groups. And what we realized was very interesting to the stakeholders we were working with as well, is that there's no such thing as one connectivity map, because different classes of organisms are experiencing the landscape in different ways. But we can bring that down from 15, 1900, whatever, how many species you put in, to groups. And so depending on the group, the taxonomy group, the group of species of interest, your perception of which areas in the landscape need the more attention is going to change dramatically. So if you're at all familiar with the region, there's something that's very clear, that the band that has been entirely deforested is always going to be yellowish, so very bad in terms of connectivity for all of the species, but it's going to be particularly bad for species that need wetlands. It's not a big surprise, but it was an interesting demonstration that when you dig down in the data at a scale that is 1 species as opposed to many, and it gets even worse than we saw. So that was a tool for prioritization as well. One of the issues that we had with that still is that in order to go from, oh, let's try to add this 1 species, or let's try to make a slightly different assumption about the way this 1 species move, to the set of simulations in the end, our delay was about a week. Need to recompile everything in terms of like data processing, need to put that through the simulation, wait for all the simulation to complete, re-aggregate, produce a map. That was a solid week. And so, well, what if we wanted to do that in a way that is very, very iterative and do it instantaneously? So what we've done is we evolved our approach from actual modeling to meta modeling. And what we've done, as a master student in the lab, who's now a data scientist and a grad student at McGill, started working on convolutional neural networks. And our idea was, what if we check any random set of pixels, 9 by 9 pixels, that represent very small fractions of the landscape. They are contiguous, organized in a grid. And we look at the input data, and we perform the full simulation for a week, and we look at the output, and that is what we try to predict. And what was fairly interesting is that within about, we're just like doing proof of concept, so training on a single CPU, all the things that you don't do because they're really, really not efficient. We reach about, on average, 98.5% accuracy. And we're using Julia a lot in the lab. The code for the model is about 10 lines. So the neural network is expressed in 10 lines. And so we were able to have this really, really cool accuracy, very high accuracy. And the time to produce a map decreased from a couple of days worth of computing to about three seconds or so. And so we started thinking, like, is it scaling up? What if we do the same thing for the entire region? Let's take the black bear, for example. And what we observed, to our great delight, was, there is a model in green. That's what we would get if we were spending all of the time doing all of the simulations. And there is a meta model, which is a prediction based on the neural network that takes about a few seconds to run. They're essentially the same. You can overlap them. There are some areas where they differ, obviously, but on average, they are going to give you the same answer. And so we went through a process of, we started with 100 species. We needed to do all of the simulations. It was taking a week, and there was a lot of information. Okay, we can bring that back to 3 different species that capture the most information. And then instead of doing the simulation, the full simulation for these 3 species, we can actually train our neural network and produce the maps based on this simulation. And it's something that was before taking a couple days or a week is now something that we can get done within about 10 to 15 seconds. And it's changing the way you can interact with stakeholders this way, because you bring the problem from research computing infrastructure to your laptop, essentially, but also you can say, okay, let's change this value. Let's wait half a minute, worst case scenario, for the result to all recompile using the prediction of the neural network, and here's how we would change the thing. So that was an incredibly interesting experience for us to move from very large scale simulation to something that we could simplify and bring outside of the research computing infrastructure. So that was an exercise in reducing the amount of information, right? Taking a lot of information at the beginning and condensing it into something that uses a lot less information. The next little story I'd like to talk about is something that is the opposite, in a sense. And I'd like to talk about a very specific type of data deficits that we have. We're working on ecological networks a lot. And ecological networks, it's the representation of interactions between species. So you need to know all of the species. You need to know the way they interact. So you have a fox and you have a mice, and you're answering the question, is the fox going to eat the mice? Yes, no. If you have 100 species, you're essentially asking this sort of question 10,000 times. If you have 1,000 species, you're asking that 1,000,000 times. So that's the combinatoric space of this problem is really, really not something that is easy to deal with. But one thing that is very interesting, that we know over time more and more about networks. So for the last couple of years with Dominique Gravel, a colleague at Université de Sherbrooke, we've been paying undergrads over the summer to go through published papers, supplementary materials, and to take a list of all of the ecological networks that people have been sampling and put them in a database. And we went back to the 1900s, and these are data to 2015, I think. We now have a lot more recent data. And what we see, not very surprisingly, is an acceleration in the number of ecological networks that we know about. Very surprisingly, one category of networks that is not increasing, that is increasing in a way that's much slower than the other type of networks is food webs. So the description of who is eating whom And that's really bad because food webs underpin a lot of ecological processes like biodiversity ecosystem functioning. We need to know who is eating who to understand how biomass is going to move from one species to another. And so that was something that was a little bit frightening to us. And then we took the data and we projected it in space. And the realization is, of course, that our knowledge is not evenly distributed in space. And if you look at where food webs specifically in green have been sampled, a lot are in North America, a lot in Europe, and then the rest of the world seems to be a lot more opportunistic in its sampling. And that sort of matches with something that we know is the case, that scientists tend to sample where they work, and where they work tends to be determined by how much money is invested into research. And so there's an overrepresentation of rich countries with well-developed public research infrastructures in the samplings areas. So the question we started thinking about is, it would be tremendously useful if we could take information from one place that we know about and bring it across space to a place where we don't really know what is going on. The issue is that ecological networks have two problems to do that. The first problem is that they are very sparse and they're very discrete. When you look at an ecological networks, if there's 1,000 species with 1 million possible interactions between them, there's usually 1, maybe 2% of these pairs of species that are actually going to interact. So the sparsity is immense. That's always going to be a problem for machine learning approaches. And it's very discrete. It's a lot of yes, no question, repeated 1 million times. And a lot of algorithms that we have at the moment are really, really good at working with things that are dense and continuous. So the question is, how do we transform something that is sparse and discrete into something that is dense and continuous? And the answer to that is graph embedding. So if you look at the network A or B, the network or its adjacency matrix representation, essentially equivalent, with some half clever linear algebra, you can transform that into an embedding that is a continuous object. Instead of being a matrix filled with Boolean values, it's a matrix of floating point numbers. And we like matrices of floating point numbers a lot because we know what to do with them really well. And it's also an interesting tool for us because the number of dimensions that you use in the embedding tells you how much information you're capturing about the network. I have a grad student who's working on that question almost exclusively. But the thing is, we could bring all of these species into space with a number of dimensions that we can count, and we could map them into space. And because every step is essentially linear algebra, you can always rewind everything and get back to your original network. So one of the techniques we used initially, it comes from social sciences. It's called the random dot product graph. We use that just because it works. There's no, I don't have a more eloquent explanation. It works well enough. And what we've done is took a species interaction network that is really, really well described. So it's a network of mammals of Europe. It's about 1,600 species, I think, and it's been documented by experts for a long time. So when they say there is an interaction between these two species, we tend to trust that. And when they say there's unlikely to be an interaction between these two species, we also tend to trust this information. So what we've done is took this data and destroyed it, essentially, by adding or removing or switching interactions. And at first, we only changed 1% of the interactions, then 10, 20, 40, 50, and then 95% of directions, which is it's still a very small numbers, right? Remember that there's a lot of sparsity in this type of data. So we're just not changing the structure of the matrix really much. And then the first test of our idea of embedding networks was, okay, let's try to see if we could reconstruct the original network after the perturbation. And one thing that is very interesting is, even if you even if you modify up to 50% of interaction in the network, even if you get half of them wrong, in a sense, the predictive accuracy with using the graph embedding is going to be above 80%. It's going to be about 90-ish%. Even if you change half of the interactions in the network, you render them wrong, the graph embedding approach is going to correct 70% of them or more. So we have a very powerful mechanism to take a dataset with some noise and correct it into a dataset that is more correct. And what that means is it is a good compression of the information. There's a little bit of loss, but there's not too much loss in there, and it understands, it's an abuse of language, but I'll go with it. It understands things about the structure of the network that are not necessarily obvious at first. So how do we transform that into a technique to move information across space? Well, one thing that we know as biologists is to express the similarity between species. And so if we have a network with 4 species, A, B, C, and D, where the arrows are representing where they interact, and we want to predict interaction with species A, I, K, J, and L. One of the information that we have very often is what is the evolutionary similarity between these species. And so, for example, we know that species K and I are going to be very close, and they're going to look somewhat like species A and D. So if we take the original network and we perform a network embedding of it, we should be able to fill in the value of the network in its embedded space by relying on the similarity between the species. In the specific example that I'm going to show, we've done that using phylogenetic simulation models. I can do that with a variety of techniques, whatever floats your boat, really. But the thing is, once you get your embedding of the actual thing that you know about and the thing that you have guessed through your regression techniques, you can reproject that into a new graph. And so we had all of the pieces to start something that was absolutely exhilarating to do because it ended up working, which was taking information from Europe and learning the information contained in this network through graph embedding. And then we looked at all of the species that were in Canada. And we realized that between Canada and Europe, there were only 4% of species that were shared. It was an interesting test. It was a somewhat extreme test of a theory. There was a lot of the same genus, a lot of the same family, pretty much all the same orders, but the actual species were going to be close relative, but still somewhat different. So we used the whole phylogeny of all of that and then inferred the value of the traits for the species in Canada, which gave us the embedding of the network in Canada that we were able to turn into a prediction. And so that was an example of taking knowledge from one place where we know the network, which is Europe, and bringing it to a place where surprisingly we don't, because we didn't have really much information about the network of trophic interaction between mammals in Canada. So that was a genuinely new piece of ecological information. If you're interested in taking a look at what it looks like, there's everything is documented, reproducible. We use the literate programming approach to generate a very, very long, painfully long README for the project, but also executable Jupyter notebooks for mainly for the reviewers to play with when they were reviewing the paper. And so that was an interesting way of packaging the work that we've done. So at this point, we're feeling really good because we had essentially produced a new data set by bringing information from one place and bringing it across space into a new place. One thing that's very important to keep in mind is that at best, the output of this type of models is a guess. It's not an answer. Depending on your knowledge with the Latin names of species in Canada, I'll just like full disclosure, I'm a terrible biologist. I had to look most of them up. This table might not be very self-explanatory, so I've done a little picture on the left. Also, it says much for my information than for yours. So an output from the model, for example, what's very interesting is that it's predicting an interaction between species of bat, which is Antrosus pallidus, and a species of mice, which is Sorex maritimensis. But it's making this prediction, it's assigning it a probability that is very, very low. So we could sort of double check, right? Okay, the model is saying that there is a chance that an interaction between this bat and this rodent, or this bat and the possum exists. But it's really unlikely to be, it's likely to be false positives. Compared to things like Canis latrans, a coyote, it's probably going to be eating the moles or the pocket gopher, or even the same Sorex maritimus, especially with a probability that is about 99%. So this is something that we can really, really trust is going to happen. We don't see that as an undesirable property of the model necessarily. We actually see that as something that's very useful because the model exists in a feedback loop, right? We start from a data set, we train the model, and we do the model validation. That happens in the lab, and it's all little, statistical cuisine that we do. But then we come up with a list of predictions, and what happens with this prediction is that we can validate them externally, and we can get back to a group of experts, naturalists, and biologists, and say, could you sense check the result? What do you think? And that is going to not only improve the data set, but also give us information about what we could change or what we could tweak in the model in order to come up with predictions that are better. So this little component of the research infrastructure, you take your data, you put them through your machine learning pipeline that is running on Compute Canada infrastructure. It's not nearly as linear as that, because in some application, there's got to be a human in the loop. There's got to be someone that has stored in their head. And when you show the actual data set and the actual outputs, there is going to be a more convoluted way, a more feedbacky way of interacting with the different components of the problem. So this study was really about something fundamental, right? It was fundamental research. We was curiosity driven. We wanted to know, like, is it possible to actually do that? And not because we really care that deeply about the food web of mammals of Canada, just because we thought it would be a nice little trick to pull off. The next story is a lot more applied and relevant. And it's about, can we use some of the similar techniques to discover new interactions between hosts and viruses? I'm not even going to ask you to guess what motivated these sort of questions, but early in the COVID-19 pandemic, we got together with a group of early mid-career scientists from a lot of very different fields. Biodiversity, immunology, virology, microbiology, machine learning, international law. And we founded a consortium that was dedicated to understanding the mechanisms of viral emergence. So if you want to check it out, it's at viralemergence.org. And what we're doing, our mission statement, is we need better data synthesis. We need more insight on what is actually out there in terms of the data. And we also actually need the tools to handle these new data sets. So we need to have better basis of evidence, and we need to make a much better job at leveraging this basis of evidence into actionable prediction. One of our flagship projects that was published a couple of weeks ago, actually, it's called Virion, and it stands for the virome in one network. And what is on the left here is HP3. HP3 is the third version of the host pathogen database. That was sort of one of the gold standard databases that people were using when they wanted to make inference about the network of interaction between hosts and pathogens globally. Whereas on the right is virion. So it's literally an explosion of several orders of magnitude more interaction that we created by data mining, sleep deprivation, and just sheer refusal to give up, even though it's been 2 years of intensely painful data curation work. So what does it look like in practice? We have different databases that exist, JMPT2, HP3, Show, AID2, that people know and use really well. And we took these 4 databases and went through a very long process of manual reconciliation to produce something that we call Clover, because it's 4 leaves for each of the 4 databases, and we're really bad at naming things generally. And that was the first reconciled database. And then we started looking for high velocity dynamic database, so the Global Biotic Interactions database, NCBI GenBank database, and say, well, okay, that's going to be changing every couple of days. In the case of NCBI GenBank, every like 15 minutes, whatever. So we need to have a product that is updated in near real time. And so the second step that we built on our pipelines is that every day, midnight, we go and get all of the information, check all of the species name, reconcile all of the metadata, and produce an aggregated data set that's called virion. So whenever you go and get the virion data set, you know that at most you're missing 24 hours of new viral information. But it's by design the most complete information that we have about host and viruses. And what is really interesting is that the task from a computational point of view is not that difficult. It takes 2 hours to run as GitHub actions. It's not something that you need a big research infrastructure for. It's something that takes a very modest virtual machine 2 hours to go through all of this information, which maybe means that it's not a lot of information, and that's true. But it's a sum total of the information that we know about. It's all that we can use to work with. And that is something that we can use for prediction. Because the next step is, well, we've assembled as much information as we could, and we're sure we're missing some of it still. So what can we do? And then we went back to this idea of graph embedding and perform network computation. And what we looked for specifically was, is the network with new interaction that were inferred through graph embedding more predictive of the zoonotic status of some viruses? And the answer is, yeah, absolutely. And if you only look at the virus genome composition, the best model we have to predict if it's going to be zoonotic or not as an AUC, another receiving a person characteristic curve of about 75%. If you do that, but you use the imputed network, it jumps to 90%. So by putting those information together and then running through some post-hoc imputation, we're suddenly getting much better at picking which viruses are likely to be a risk for human populations. Another thing that we can do, because we're just making the quantity of information available sort of explode, is start mapping this thing in space. Never mind the 2 clouds at the bottom, but the map in itself, what it's saying is regions that are green after our analysis are more likely to be hotspots of viruses than they were before. Regions that are blue are less likely to be hotspots of viral diversity than they were before. And what we've done with imputation is that we've essentially removed the sampling bias to document the things that are in your own backyard, specifically if your own backyard happen to be Europe. And so what we, the change in recommendation know that if you want to prioritize viral discovery, you should not be looking in Europe. We know a lot about this place. You should be looking in South America, where we know comparatively a lot less, and we predict that there's a greater diversity of viruses to be discovered here. It's interesting because it was matching very closely with actual empirical data about the rate of viral discovery, but it's showing that the tools, the combination of tools and approaches can create this actionable information. And the question is, where do you go look for new viruses? So very briefly, I just want to close with some lessons learned about scientific software development in general, and talk about a project which is called EcoJulia. EcoJulia, which you can check out at ecojulia.org, is a project whose goal is to produce packages for ecological research in the Julia language. Why the Julia language? Just because it's absolutely fantastic. And our specific focus is decreasing barriers to research. So not necessarily have the best data management or match very closely to the specific type of computer architecture that we want to be using, but just help researcher get research done. And we working with this approach because everyone involved in this project is actively leading research programs, and we have a very clear idea of what we want to do. And that can be things that are very simple. Like this is part of a consulting job I was doing, where people wanted to know where is going to be the best place to put new stands for commercially relevant species under different climate change scenarios. And the information that they wanted was, is it going to be high suitability, low suitability, but also what is the amount of uncertainty? And so the answer came in the form of a map that was not necessarily a map of go here or don't go here, the map conveying statistical distribution. So every pixel on this map is actually an object representing a statistical distribution, which is very interesting because it was representing one of the principles that we sort of converged on when developing packages as part of the EcoJulia initiative, which is principles that ensure we only have good surprises. And principle number one is users, researchers, they're not actually manipulating data types, we're manipulating concepts, we're manipulating theory and domain knowledge. And so if we can write types that tie this concept together, it's good. The better way is probably, instead of thinking about types, to think about interfaces. And so if we have a map and we say, well, this map is going to be manipulated in a way that looks like an array, as a user, you don't need to understand the internal representation of a geospatial layer. You just need to say, oh, here's ORXS information that is stored here. And if you want to substitute your own data representation, as long as you follow this community established interface, no one needs to know what is going on inside your code. We just need to understand that it's adhering to this interface. And the third principle is only build low-level things. Let the language handle things like parallelism, let the user decide, just write the building blocks and let your user assemble them as they see fit. And then we started having a lot of good surprises. One of the most recent good surprises was, well, if it's a map and we could put whatever we want in the map, let's put objects that represent networks. And so we had a map of networks, and because it's a map of networks, we could broadcast a function that measure information theoretical thing about networks on this map, and we get a map of the measure. And when I was having a chat with a grad student who was been doing that, I was like, oh, I have this plan for an analysis. And I said, sure, probably going to need to write some code. He said, no, it's just working. And it was one of these examples where we're not anticipating that it would work, but because we were sort of working under the only good surprises principles of data representation, it was working out of the box. And so that's this image here. It's like 5 packages that were developed independently, but all using the same interface, working together in a way that is very, very seamless and interesting. And so that brought us to the sort of overarching conclusion of all that, which is data representation doesn't really matter. Community established interface are far more important. And as users, it's not necessarily relevant to understand in depth what is happening in terms of the way that data are organized, as long as you can reliably predict the way they will behave. And that is very powerful because we can suddenly start daisy chaining different packages that have no types in common, that were developed independently from one another, that should speak different language, but have this common convention of here is the interface we're using. So one of the projects that we're actively working on at the moment that is funded by the Wellcome Trust for the next 3 years is to come up with ways of designing better biodiversity monitoring networks and better disease emergence monitoring networks and to join them. And the funding mandate was very specifically take tools that you have and try to make them work together as much as you can. So it's a really interesting exercise in tying different domain knowledge together through tools, and the sort of self-imposed challenge that we have is write the least possible amount of code. The best possible amount of code is no code at all, so let's try to write the least possible code that we can and see how far we can bring this this integration. Thank you for your time, and I'd be very happy to take questions.
Thanks, Timothée. We do have a couple of questions. I just wanted to insert one in here before I pose a couple of the others to you in the time we have left. I think the three examples you provide, to my mind, as I was listening, provided a great example of the intersections between data, software, and compute. And you alluded to, this being on Canada's platforms and the challenge of getting the data that you wanted to use to do the analysis, and the revelation, if you will, when you started to embrace Julia as a way to kind of put the technical underpinnings of the compute in the background and focus on the science. And can you say anything about, so those three pillars, as we call in the Alliance context, data, software, and compute, do you have all that you need in each of those three pillar examples, or do you find one is more challenging than the others to get access to what you need?
That's a very good question. The most challenging thing is always going to be data, because data for biodiversity sciences is notoriously hard and expensive to collect reliably. But we sort of get used to living with a small volume of data, and that we can get access to very easily. And software and compute resources have never really been obstacles to the work that we're doing. Probably because we have a different set of challenge. The one thing that would be blocking us most frequently is figuring out methods that are actually going to tell you something meaningful based on a very small amount of data. So I'm very often making the point that we don't have a big data problem in ecology. We have a tiny data problem, and still sometimes we can find ways to use some of these big data tools on the very limited data sets that we have.
Thank you. And I don't know, Timothée, are you able to stick around for a few minutes after your session?
Yeah, definitely.
Because there's a number of questions in the chat, which I won't necessarily pull out because they're more focused on your actual research. But one of them I found interesting. PWM is one of our colleagues who had a few questions. But the one that I find, and I'll just kind of throw it now, is, did you create any synthetic data? And I think this was when you were talking about your first model.
We do create synthetic data all the time. Yeah, so we create synthetic data in two ways, either through process of data synthesis, which is we take data from different places and we reconcile them and create one data product. But we also use generative models in order to test tools before we apply them. One of the things that we're doing more and more is, can we think about what the data will look like? And then we simulate a bunch of data, we run the entire pipeline. And when this is done, we just replace the synthetic data by the actual one and see what's going on. It's mostly a way of protecting ourselves against the tendency of tweaking things at every step as we go in order to get the result that we're after. But we start with mock data sets, and then we use them. Yeah, and sometimes if you want to see the statistical behavior of a technique, because the volume of data we have is so low, there is no alternative solution but to create synthetic data sets. And it's sort of like, in 10 years' times, when we will get that much volume of data, the method is going to perform as we expect.
Right, yeah, thank you. One question related to your food web model or example was, so you had success applying the food web information derived from Europe to the Canadian context. And do you think that maybe because you were looking at similar orders or groups of organisms in similar latitudes, do you think it would also work if you were comparing northern to southern population?
That's we call the we started calling that the Australia problem in the group, just because we don't necessarily we're relying on the fact that species are going to be close enough that information can be transferred. And one of the things that we're trying to establish at the moment is how close do they need to be? And so yes, Europe and North America look reasonably similar for the purpose of this exercise. Europe and the Sahara Desert, probably not so much. Northern Quebec and Southern Australia, probably not so much, but we don't know yet how much of an issue it's going to be. It's one of the things that we're trying to figure out.
Great, thanks. And another question. In the context of open science and sharing research data with the broader community, what is or can be shared by open science tools and platforms with this type of research? And what is the general attitude of researchers in your field about sharing data?
I have to be very diplomatic about that. So I have a very strong opinion about the attitudes of my field about data sharing. I've written about them extensively. We are making progress in terms of sharing data. We're making very slow progress, but we're making steady progress. In terms of sharing tools, it's more established. One of the things that is lacking is following core principles in software engineering, which is not a technical problem as much as it is a cultural or a training problem. But most of the time, when I receive a software note manuscript, whether it was a post-computational biology or methods in ecology and evolution, I rejected it the first time and said, listen, you wrote 3,000 lines of code. Where are your unit tests? You've been working on that for 3 years. Please make sure it's working before you ask users to trust you. Or it's you're using continuous integration and the code is really well written and documented and commented. Where is the documentation? Where's the manual? It's always useful to have more things that are shared, but if they're not shared in a way that renders them usable by the community, then it's certainly a lot less useful. But that's mostly a training, also an education issue, and it's also it's going better far more rapidly than the data sharing issue that we still have in the field.
That's very interesting, and of course the Canary, the programs that are moving over or have moved over to the Alliance are the research software and data management in the RDC context. And one of the things that Canary was paying attention to through its funding calls and its research software, Canadian Research Software Conference, and that the Alliance will now take a new focus on, is that best practices in research software development, code sharing, all the things that you suggest, the use of standard APIs. So it's interesting. Very compelling examples, as I said, that you provided community today with respect to the things that can be done with data and software in terms of your neural network example and compute power when it's available. I like to use the phrase that, the cure for cancer is hidden in the research data and journal articles produced and written over the last 400 years. And we just fail continually to make sure that we don't repeat the mistakes of the past in terms of not sharing that. So any final words for you, Timothée, before we move ahead to the next one?
No, I'd like to reiterate thanking you again for the invitation, and I'm really looking forward to what the Alliance will bring to the table in terms of federating different projects like that in across Canada.
Great, thank you, Timothée, and we'll hear more from Nizar later in the session. Again, if you have time, Timothée, you may want to take a look at some of the more specific comments related to the nature of your research in the chat, and see if you're able to provide any responses there. So I'm going to move us forward to the next item. I'm just going to introduce our next two speakers, and then I will let them share their screen and go ahead with their session. And so just to provide a little bit of context, which I'm sure John and Josh will highlight, the National PID Strategy presentation you'll hear today is very new, and it emerges from an effort of a group called the Canadian Persistent Identifier Advisory Committee. And I would, as you would have kind of determined previously when I highlighted one of the outputs of the RDC community in version 2 of our PID document, the whole PID context ecosystem strategy has been pretty much in the top 3 priorities for me in my role with Research Data Canada since I started. So it's really gratifying to see this progress. So I'll hand it over to John and Josh, and we will have a half-hour break after John and Josh. So over to you, gentlemen.
Thanks so much, Mark. I'll be starting with a quick, maybe 5-minute presentation or so. And then I'll hand it over to Josh, who will do the bulk of the discussion about the actual PID strategy and roadmap that we're looking to develop.
And sorry, John, I should have introduced you properly. John, as you saw from the screen, is the manager of the Canadian Persistent Identifier Community with CRKN, our Canadian Research Knowledge Network. And I've been working closely with John, and he's awesome, as is Josh, who is one of the co-founders of the MoreBrains Cooperative, which we'll hear more about. Sorry, John.
Oh, thanks so much, Mark. I appreciate that. So I'm only going to take about 5 minutes of your time to talk a little bit about the actual context today of persistent identifiers in Canada, specifically some of the consortia that I support at the Canadian Research Knowledge Network, CRKN, and then talk a little bit about the context of the thinking about developing a national persistent identifier implementation strategy. I'm glad to see that we have I believe interpretation into French, mais si vous voulez poser vos questions en français, je vous encourage de le faire. I'd be happy to respond or translate as needed. So as Mark said, I'm the manager of the Canadian Persistent Identifier Community. I work for CRKN, and I specifically provide administrative support for 2 consortia, the ORCID Canada Consortium and the DataCite Canada Consortium. So these are 2 Canadian consortia. I'd say that the ORCID Consortia has existed for 5 years now. The DataCite Canada Consortium has existed in some form since about 2012, although CRKN only very recently took over co-management of this consortium with the Digital Research Alliance of Canada. So both of these PID consortia, and I'll talk a little bit more about what they specifically are and what PIDs are, of course, both of them have governing structures tied directly to their respective membership, but they share an advisory committee, a joint committee called the Canadian Persistent Identifier Advisory Committee, or the CPIDAC, as Mark mentioned before. And it's really important to mention that not only are we managing the DataCite Canada Consortium in partnership with the Alliance, but the Alliance has been providing funding for the last couple of years to offset member fees in these two consortia, ensuring greater accessibility and equity in the Canadian research landscape when it comes to using services like this. So I am going to talk specifically about each consortia before I move on to the context of the CPDAC itself. So for those of you who aren't aware, ORCID is a global not-for-profit that helps scholars identify and disambiguate themselves through the use of ORCID IDs, which are persistent identifiers for people. Persistent identifiers are digital entities that enable the connectivity of a bunch of different kinds of entities in the research landscape, including people and publications and places and outputs. And so in this case, ORCID specifically supports or is a PID for people. ORCID Canada is the local Canadian ORCID consortium. There are ORCID consortia globally. There's one in South Africa and many in Europe and in Japan, all around the world. And our goal in Canada is to support Canadian institutions to integrate ORCID into their systems and to promote the use of ORCID IDs by scholars. We have 42 members across 9 provinces, and there are about 160,000 ORCID IDs associated with email addresses ending in .ca, meaning roughly 160,000 scholars using ORCID in Canada, although that's probably a lowballed estimate. As I mentioned, there is a governing committee made up of ORCID CA member institutions, and of course, there's the shared CPDAC. DataCite Canada, as a consortium, is of course similarly our local Canadian DataCite consortium. It is related to the Global DataCite Organization, which is a DOI registration agency. So if ORCID IDs are PIDs for people, DOIs are PIDs for things, and most often for data sets. The consortium exists, again, to ensure sustainable support for Canadian institutions to connect DataCite to their systems or simply to register DOIs for their outputs, catalogs, whatever kinds of items they want to register DOIs for in the Canadian context. 56 members, 66 repositories, and about 39,000 DOIs were minted in 2021, which is about 15% growth over the number of DOIs registered in 2020, showing that this community is growing and the services being used are also growing as well. And again, they have their own governance committee, the DataCite Canada Consortium Governing Committee, and share the CPDAC. So one of the things I want to share before passing it over to Josh is the context of this committee. Back when CRKN started to manage the ORCID Canada Consortium, there was an ORCID Canada Governing Committee and an ORCID Canada Advisory Committee. But when we jointly took on the DataCite Canada Consortium just 2 or 3 years ago with the Digital Research Alliance of Canada, we realized that if we wanted to model a governance structure for DataCite Canada on the ORCID Canada governance model, we would wind up with 2 advisory committees made up of the exact same institutions and people. So in order to avoid doubling up everyone's work, the committee decided to expand its scope. So instead of having ORCID CA advisory and DataCite advisory, we had a Canadian Persistent Identifier Advisory Committee, which aimed to provide advice directly to both of these 2 consortia, but also to move beyond that and look at what a national PID strategy could look like, what kind of mechanisms we could implement or employ or work with others to develop in order to make a national PID strategy happen. And over the course of its first year, because the CPDAC was only formed at the end of 2020 and only really began to act in 2021, the membership of that committee roughly doubled to include a whole bunch of different kinds of organizations, including government ones. We have representatives from each of the Tri-Agency, TGMS, that's the Tri-Agency Grants Management Solutions Initiative, the Office of the Chief Science Advisor of Canada, their provincial funding agencies like the Fonds de Recherche de Québec, Alberta Innovates, Michael Smith Health Research BC, their library consortia like BCI and COPOL and CARL. There are infrastructure organizations like Scholars Portal, Canary, and of course the Alliance itself, and many other key players in this ecosystem, PKP, Coalition Publica, etc. You all probably know Mark Leggett, of course. Mark is the chair of the CPDAC and also sits on the DataCite Canada Governing Committee in his capacity as chair. And similarly, Julie Cardinal, who is an associate university librarian at the Université de Montréal, although she's on this committee representing BCI, the Bureau de Coopération Interuniversitaire, similarly as the vice chair sits on the ORCID Canada Governing Committee. And over the course of their first year of activity, our goal has been to, or this committee's goal has been to identify the ways that we can look beyond just ORCID IDs and DOIs within the PID landscape and beyond advising those two consortia directly to think about what a national approach or strategy for PIDs would look like. So at the end of last year, CRKN issued an RFP, a request for proposal, to hire a PID consultant. And this was done on behalf of the CPDAC. And the result of that is going to be presented to you right now by Josh Brown from MoreBrains Cooperative as we look at this roadmap toward a national PID strategy. So thank you all so much for your time. And Josh, over to you.
Great, thank you, John. Just give me 2 seconds to share my screen. Okay, can you see my slides? Brilliant, thank you. So thank you, Mark, and thank you, John, for the introduction. My name is Josh Brown. I'm the co-founder for Research and Strategy with the MoreBrains Cooperative. And today I'm going to take you through a kind of a tour of the whole project so far. So we'll talk about the research process, we'll talk about the background, we'll go through the findings at each stage, and we'll end with some discussions about next steps and some of our preliminary recommendations, and hopefully that will spark a discussion. I look forward to your questions and the discussion afterwards. So I'll try and get through this quickly so we can get to the really useful bit, which is the conversation afterwards. So just to reiterate John's point about the background to this, we submitted a response to the RFP at the end of last year. And our idea was that this project that we're just coming to the end of now would be the first step in establishing a roadmap towards a national PID strategy. It was pretty clear that there are various kind of consensus building and community building steps and some technical considerations and a kind of mapping of the PID landscape that need to be done before the strategy can really be considered to be set in stone. So we started out with some comparisons with national PID plans and strategies from countries around the world, including Australia, the Netherlands, Finland. But we've also been working since 2019 on a UK national PID roadmap, which has been a complex process bringing together prioritizing particular kinds of persistent identifiers, exploring the value propositions and business case, doing cost benefit analyses and others. So there's a huge amount of research about kind of emerging practice and thinking at the national level in different countries and in different contexts, which has fed into the design and the thinking behind this project. We started by interviewing 6 Canadian PID community experts selected by the CPDAC, and then conducted 3 workshops to get community input and thinking on what we were proposing to do and exploring some questions for this community. So I'll start by talking a little bit more about the interviews first of all. So they were, as I said, the interviews were selected by the CPDAC members, particularly the group guiding our work, and were designed to kind of bring together folks from research institutions or member organisations of the PID consortia, policy experts, funders, and some researchers as well. And we conducted those virtually in January 2022. Some of the key findings that emerged from those conversations are data isn't flowing well in Canada at the moment, within or between research institutions, and then from the local to the provincial to the national level, between sectors and internationally as well. And one of the key benefits of things like the PID systems data site, ORCID and others that we've been talking about, is they are international by design. They are bridges between systems. So there was a real sense that this potential needs to be fulfilled, and the benefits of this need to be delivered to the Canadian research community. One of the reasons for that strong motivation to do this is that the burden of research administration is currently considered to be much too high. A lot of the burden falls on researchers, but if you as you scale it up from the institution to the system level, the level of opportunity cost, the amount of time and effort and expertise that's being poured into straightforwardly repetitive manual data entry is considerable. However, we also found that there is a sense that there is a lot of inertia in changing systems. It's sometimes hard to get buy-in for these alterations, so that kind of inertia and those political factors are a big risk. So there is a role here for the CPDAC to build on its presence and build on its membership and expand its remit to try and take some of this leadership, help to keep a focus on the goals that, of the Canadian PID strategy, and to build and maintain trust. There was a comment that one of our interviewees made, which is trust is won in spoonfuls and lost by the bucket load. And I think it's really important to bear that in mind and keep actually focused on delivering the benefits of identifiers, and make sure that we're actually kind of explaining the reasons for some of these steps in the strategy. There were some positive suggestions. I think some of those key findings could be seen as a little negative, although I see them as opportunities as much as issues at the moment. But there was a sense that there need to be some strong, clear value propositions to really help to motivate people, to bring folks on board, and to understand exactly why all of these activities are being undertaken. Some positive priority areas which they thought our interviewees felt might be a basis for a consensus were, as I said, talked about the current administrative burden of the research enterprise, reducing tedious and error-prone rekeying of common basic information. One of the benefits of identifiers is not just the ID, it's the metadata that is associated with it. And being able to move that metadata around and provide it for reuse, and you can use that to automate processes, it can save a huge amount of time. One of the other factors that is that improved coverage of identifiers could actually help in all of our understanding of the research landscape. So the examples there were things like identifying emerging areas of research, staying abreast of new developments in your topic, or understanding where there are new areas of collaboration emerging, and what does that mean for the research enterprise, whether that's for your discipline or for the kind of the national research portfolio. And also another example of a positive priority was that international collaboration would be easier to establish, would be easier to locate collaborators in other countries, to identify specific organizations, but would also make the conduct and impact of those collaborations easier to identify and easier to describe. And I think one of the key things here, of course, is research may be funded nationally, and it may take place locally, but it goes a long way beyond that, because clearly researchers are publishing in journals that are based in other countries, and it goes a long way through there. So there's a lot here. We're also for benefits for groups that have been underserved by certain infrastructures. Now, you know, the humanities example I pull out there is one because many humanities scholars feel that things like ORCID don't serve their needs as well as they could. There are onerous reporting burdens which are coming through, which could also be rebalanced or reduced. And we're looking at some particular groups there, such as Indigenous scholars or practice-based scholars, who face real struggles accessing some of the standardized kind of traditional publication pathways that others have already. So we can talk about the workshops as well. So these took place mostly earlier this month. So from the 28th to the 15th of March, we had about 40 participants across the three. And again, we tried to get a mix of stakeholder perspectives and balances there. So provincial and national funders, governments, universities, various sections within universities, libraries, research offices, IT, publishing researchers, and so on. We did have some returning folks. So the original 6 interviewees took part in the workshops as well. And also the third workshop brought in a mix of folks, some of whom had been at the first and the second, and others who were new to the process. And that was really quite helpful in understanding if a consensus that had maybe appeared in the first workshop was borne out in the third, for instance. So we structured our discussions using a number of virtual platforms. So one of the first was in plenary sessions. We used a platform called Mentimeter, and here's an example of one of the images of some of the discussions there. This was great for bringing in a lot of input in a very short space of time. And the polls as presented here were of course presented bilingually as well. The slide you see here just has that in English. In the breakout discussions in the second half, we split into smaller groups to go into really dig into, you know, specific use cases, specific policy challenges, do a number of different kind of exercises and analyses using a structured virtual whiteboard environment. And you can see here just a couple of examples of the ways that people were pulling out policy priorities and mapping those to identifiers that could be used to support them. Or on the right-hand diagram there, we kind of did this axis exercise where things were graded on kind of how politically ready the community was and how practically ready the community was. Again, some of the key findings here were that there are differing levels of trust between some stakeholder groups. It's by no means a kind of universal collaboration here. There is a further fragmentation in infrastructure across funding organizations, different approaches, different systems in use. Across the broader community, there was a sense of a lack of urgency, and I think this relates to our next point, which is that there is some inconsistent understanding and acceptance of ORCID and other identifiers. People don't necessarily understand what they're capable of, what they could be used for, and so on. So that might help to explain some of that lack of urgency. Another component here is that as a counterbalance to that lack of urgency, there is a lot of expertise, a lot of energy and engagement within a kind of core PID community. Now that obviously members of the CPIDAC are a shining example of that, but there are many others within the libraries, research offices, research units across the country, and in sort of some of the technical departments as well. And there's also, I think, given where Canada sits in its own particular blend of research communities and history, there is an opportunity to take a leading role in balancing open data and data sovereignty, and thinking about things like the FAIR and the CARE principles here is really important. Some of the suggestions that came out of those workshops, which I think it's worth highlighting, are that funders and research institutions need to ensure that researchers see benefits, not new burdens as a result of this work. Now, I acknowledge that in changing practice, in learning a new way to do something, populating your ORCID record, whatever, that's an additional piece of work. But there are also, there needs to be ways that the metadata that's associated with your identifier record are being reused in ways that visibly save those researchers time, so you can offset some of those additional challenges. One of the key highlights that was emphasized there is the need for funder systems. Funders, if you think about it, in the process of applying for grant or reporting on your project activities, funders are a kind of key aggregation point for information about this. So examples there are the ways that funders could improve that would be a two-way flow to ORCID. So pulling information in during someone's application for a grant, and if that person then provides additional information that's missing from their ORCID record, pushing some of that information back out, or adding information about grants that are awarded successfully. Also, to support that kind of piece there, registering funding IDs. So a grant ID unique to a grant, specific to the funder, that enables people to cite grants very much more effectively. Another component here is, while there is the vital international component for some of these conversations, some of these services, there are specific provincial and national data requirements around data privacy, data protection, and maintaining a kind of a data sharing solution for Canada to support this, to augment the available open information that's in the international PID registries, would be tremendously valuable. It could also kind of deliver some economies of scale for transferring information between organizations, connecting to PID registries and so on, keeping those APIs up to date. Thirdly, I think this is a really key one. The point here is that leadership is really necessary for this agenda to move forward and for the strategy to be developed in an inclusive and coherent way, and then to be implemented, delivered. Leadership really does this mean at this stage means consensus building and maintaining focus. Now, there's an example here that kept a conversation that kept coming up in the workshops, is the idea that funders could mandate PIDs, for instance, ORCID IDs, and this would help to completely change the current landscape of PID adoption, coverage, and utility, and the benefits that are being delivered. Now, we question this and we say, is this a one-size-fits-all approach? Is that the right thing? Would an endorsement work better than a mandate? And, I always take the approach that with a mandate, if you're actually delivering enough benefits for folks in the use of a PID, you don't need to tell them to use it. They recognize they'll save time and effort and energy by using it, and it will be much easier there. Also, mandates can take many forms. Now, we talked about grant funding IDs on the last slide. You could mandate that when you acknowledge funding, thou shalt cite the grant DOI. That's a PID mandate, but it's not actually, in any way near as potentially controversial as an ORCID mandate, for instance, for some researchers. And the key thing there is really, what purpose would a mandate serve? What are the trade-offs for that? And that's a decision that needs to be made strategically, and the context for evaluating mandates needs to be set strategically, because a mandate is a tactic. It's a way of achieving a particular goal, and we need to understand what that goal is and what the trade-offs and benefits might be before you make a choice about a tactic. So overall, then, we bringing together the key findings of this and some of the conversations we had. There was a strong feeling that came out of the workshops and the discussions across all three that the benefits of PIDs are a bit abstract, and they will remain so until the PIDs and the metadata associated with them are used and reused. And I think this next point is really important. So I just want to take a second. It's predictably and consistently across the Canadian research network. It's really important. There just aren't enough technical integrations at the moment. Researchers are having to put the same information to multiple systems. And many smaller research institutions either can't afford a commercial solution or don't have the in-house development resource to actually build connections to PIDs. And those things are holding back the benefits of PIDs being delivered for everyone. Now, again, to kind of revisit the idea there in a bit more detail, some kind of information sharing solution could serve not just a kind of national data protection or privacy kind of supporting role, but could actually be a way to lower costs and drive adoption, and actually ensure that some of the long tail of very small research institutes or very small or smaller universities, perhaps with a lower research footprint, can still access PID APIs. That could be storing metadata, it could be supporting access to the APIs, making sure they're up to date and functional. Now, I think one of the things that I'd like to mention here is that we did this cost-benefit analysis of PID adoption in the UK. And one of the key findings there, that a lot of the really, really major value is delivered by network effects. And for that, you need really comprehensive adoption and coverage. The quote that was given to us in one of our interviews for that project is, "No one's going to benefit until everyone benefits." So this kind of equitable access is really critical. We also found that cohesion is an issue. At the moment, there is a sense that across stakeholder groups, there needs to be a more coherent and consistent approach to PIDs. As we said, adoption is patchy. Perceptions of the PID systems and what they're capable of and what they can be used for is variable. And there are different incentives, policy priorities there. One of the things that give an example is kind of the different levels of enforcement of different kinds of policies popped up in a few of our conversations. Some of these challenges are due to kind of sector misalignments that can cause problems. Now, I see there's a question about, does Will ORCID interface with the Canadian Common CV system? And it was mentioned numerous times throughout our discussions, both in the interviews and all three workshops. And I think the way we phrase that, it has clearly caused some deep scars. And also, I think, potentially thinking about things like the scars caused by the CCV, some funders did express concerns about moving forward. If these things don't work, or they underperform, or they underdeliver, or they create different kind of unforeseen consequences, that could harm reputations as well and further undermine, the levels of trust across the system. To revisit the point about equity again, there are cultural differences in multiple languages, and one of the things that came out of the workshop discussions is the language issues operate on multiple levels. The examples I give here on the slides about language denoting a particular cultural group, or the access to interfaces for some of these PID systems in a language that is one you're comfortable speaking. There are risks of paternalism, appropriation, or underrepresentation of Indigenous peoples. And there are concerns around privacy and quantification. And in our conversations, they were cited as being a particular concern for certain sections of the Francophone community. But on the other hand, we kind of see that this is a risk, but it is also an opportunity. Leading by example, on a global level, there are other countries who have components of these issues, and some who have many. But actually, by developing something transparent and inclusive and a model of data sovereignty around this national PID strategy, it is a chance to really shape global practice in this space and support a much more inclusive and diverse research community, and to valorize more models of knowledge than are currently supported. So, it's been a lot to cover in those workshops, a lot of discussions. So I'm just going to kind of come on to our recommendations and start moving towards the end of my presentation. When we got to the end of the interview stage, we put together a preliminary list of recommendations. I'm not going to go through these in detail. But it's interesting to compare these to the recommendations we're making now. So a few of the key things here are, we need to be really clear about what's involved up front and be very honest about this. Expectations need to be managed, and we need to be clear about what kind of investment in terms of effort, time, resources, etc. will be needed to deliver this. One of the priorities needs to be reducing researcher workload. And you need to be able to think about delivering that benefit both in some short-term quick wins and some longer-term systemic benefits. And there needs to be much more coordination. I think the next 3 points here around the funders visibly working together and coordinating their activities, new community structures to provide kind of governance and ownership of data, and equity here. One of the key things about identifiers is that they are on a technical level not hugely complicated, but actually, with all of these things, it's about practice, it's about shifts in perception of work, it's about interacting in new ways with systems, and those are fundamentally social changes that need to be made. So understanding the impact of culture is vital. So with an extended view of these coming out of the workshops, and this is what's going into our final report recommendations, there needs to be, and this is where we talk about that social aspects, the new community structures. The CPIDAC needs to expand. It needs to build a grand coalition to bring in more kinds of stakeholders, maximalizing the contributions from, say, research managers as one example of a professional group there. There needs to be more formal researcher representation to support the consultation that's required here. And we need to understand what the value proposition for identifiers and a key set of identifiers, going beyond ORCID and DOIs, but I'll come back to that in a second, to help everyone so they can understand why they need to act, what they need to do, and what they will benefit from doing those things. To do this, we need to make sure that the community needs and barriers, challenges folks are facing in using PIDs are understood, and that there is a shared consensus around the goals, the priorities, and the sequence of integrations. Finally, there needs to be the development of a resource for a common framework for PID access and data reuse. And again, the technical and social aspects are inseparable. There need to be actions with named stakeholder groups or individual organizations responsible for undertaking and delivering those actions, and a sequence going into the future of so that the dependencies, if funders do this, institutions can do that. If institutions do this, funders can save researchers time by reusing certain kinds of information. So there are commitments, and there is a rationale for delivering on those commitments. And finally, we felt that there is this need for leadership. Without the political will and the ability to resource this work, the strategy will stall. It will not deliver the benefits. And there needs to be constant consultation, communication, and repeated assessment of progress and impressions and the impacts of this work to ensure that there is buy-in for the strategy and that the strategy actually delivers its goals. So in the shorter term, we felt that there are some next steps that need to be taken, and what we're outlining or will be outlining in our report when we deliver it in about 2 or 3 weeks is the roadmap to a strategy, if you like. And these first steps, I think, it begins with working backwards almost. So start with a destination. What will the Canadian research information landscape look like in 5 to 10 years' time? And within that, you can say, well, for this to look like this list of identifiers for these key entities will need to be supported, and they'll need to be adopted comprehensively. Now, for context there, in the UK, there were 5 priority PIDs. So there were people, there were projects, there were grants, there were research outputs, and there were research organizations. And when we did a poll, we put up a list of 7 or 8 different identifiers, and in a third workshop, and they were ranked about the same as those in the UK. So it was those 5 were the top. What's interesting though is that when you look at this, say something like a project ID was ranked quite low, but a lot of the use cases that we were talking about in the breakout sessions will actually really depend on a project idea being consistently adopted. So sometimes, and this is where this prioritization of the use case and working backwards from that really helps you to identify things that you might not think are a priority now, but once you articulate that vision, they become much more important because it becomes obvious that they are, if you like, a keystone for certain interactions or benefits to be delivered. So working backwards from that and identifying those preconditions and use cases, then we really need to be focusing resources on adoption and coverage for those core PIDs and the metadata associated with them that have been identified as part of those first 3 steps. And also, to help people to motivate folks to act, to provide cover for folks to actually, help people to set out a business case or to be able to move ahead with innovation in a way that might be a little bit uncertain or worrying to certain leaders or certain policymakers. You need to have that make sure that there is actually a solid evidence base and a governance framework that can be responsive and can react and can adjust the strategy as needed, as consequences emerge, as benefits come into focus, and make sure that there is the political and financial support for the strategy to be delivered effectively. That is my last slide. I'd be delighted to discuss any of answer any questions or discuss any of our suggestions with the wider audience. Would it make sense for me just to, I know this is a lot of information here, but I will just stop sharing now so we can just get on with the conversation if that's okay, but I can put slides back up if there are any specific questions, if it helps later.
Yeah, I think that we may want to, especially that last slide, Josh. So thanks both to you and John. It was a good reflection on the role of the CIPIDAC and its related organizations, as well as the work of MoreBrains. So I really appreciate all the work that you and your colleagues at MoreBrains have done. I should also have highlighted, I can't remember if you mentioned it, Josh, that MoreBrains has done similar work and more in the UK and Australia in particular.
Yes.
Including, I think, some important work that I believe is internal at this point on the value of PIDs, i.e., how, the money it saves, or the extra benefits in terms of a financial context. Did you want to say any more about those? Or are those still internal documents?
No, we've as I said, we've been doing we did a cost benefit analysis and a business case for investment in PIDs in the UK, and we're currently undertaking a similar project in Australia, looking at a slightly different set of use cases and a slightly different pool of identifiers. In the UK, we focused on quantifiable benefits, specifically metadata reuse, so the time saved if you didn't have to manually type in an item, and we also looked at kind of automation possibilities as well. And we focused on just the idea of if the pieces of metadata were available, just a single instance of reuse, which is an underestimate, because we were talking to folks and they were saying, well, it goes into the repository, it goes into the research management system, it goes into our publication archive, and then it's reported to funders. But we focused on just a single instance of reuse to see if that minimal level of reuse would support an investment. And the idea that we're looking at in the UK was to develop an investment for, I think, a team of 6 full-time staff over 5 years to support universities and others in adopting these things. So it's really interesting to look at that, because it was pretty clear the benefits would be significant, would massively outweigh the investment in additional support. And what was really interesting to us is actually looking at the wider benefits to the economy as well, because if the UK government estimates that for every pound that's spent on invested in research and development, that delivers 7 to the UK economy and wider benefits. So looking at that, if PIDs could reduce the administrative burden by as little as 2%, you could be looking at like £420 million worth of benefit to the wider UK economy and increased productivity from the research enterprise. So they're pretty big numbers and pretty big benefits. But the key thing we found is actually for the researcher who is less affected by this, they're running out of goodwill. They are just running out of energy and goodwill to be meeting new reporting requirements, supporting new, say, policy requirements around data access statements or open access policies. So there needs to be an improvement in efficiency to support those. Otherwise, new and emerging policy priorities, which are valuable and important to our understanding and the health of the research landscape are going to be problematic to continually be, to be adding new, but seen as new burdens to the research community.
And there's been a pretty good discussion in the chat, but we have about 20 minutes for discussion, which we did deliberately to try and get additional feedback from the broader stakeholder community on the draft information that Josh has presented. So I would encourage those who would like to ask a question verbally or have a comment to just raise your hand, and then I can call on you to unmute. There's been, as I said, a lot of discussion. I don't know Josh or John, because I know John, you've been answering responses, as have Eugene and others, while folks are adding in questions. Anything that you want to highlight, or any particular questions that you feel weren't answered?
Nothing that wasn't answered, I think, but certainly I think it's worth flagging this question of what PIDs. That came up a couple times. It's certainly one of the most important questions, because of course, if we're going to do something with PIDs, we need to know what we're doing with PIDs and which PIDs we're doing them with. And I know Josh will have a very helpful and nuanced response to this question, based on our previous discussions. But certainly when it comes to this question about what is possible and what is out there, I saw a discussion about DOIs and ROAR and ORCID, and Mark mentioned RAID, but Mark also mentioned a lot of other places that PIDs can fit. There's, grant IDs or IDs for funders or ideas for funding. Some of those are DOIs, maybe it's a DOI for funding, maybe it's something else. There are a bunch of different things that have been happening and continue to emerge in this space. ORCID as an organization and DataCite and Crossref are mature organizations that have been doing a lot of PID related work and providing these services for many, many years. So it's easy and clear for us to point to the work we're doing at ORCID Canada and DataCite Canada and say, these already exist, we're already supporting these things in these ways, and here's how we can continue to do that. So some of the next steps and questions we need to ask ourselves are, well, what else can we do and should we do beyond just member-driven models for PID consortia? I mentioned in the chat Crossref. It's another DOI registration agency, of course, we all know, we all love, very important in the ecosystem, but it doesn't have a consortia-based model. So we need to think about a different way to maybe provide access to Canadian institutions that can't afford perhaps to do that. Crossref has a sponsorship program. Maybe we find a way to do some central sponsorship. This is all off the cuff. This is just my own thinking about this, but we have to think about the organizations involved. Then we also have to think about the PIDs themselves and what they're for and their use cases. What kinds of solutions or what kind of problems do PIDs solve? Even thinking beyond just, here's an identifier for a person to disambiguate you from other scholars. How do these things connect together? What use cases are relevant here? What does RAID address that the other PIDs don't address? What does a grant ID address that other PIDs don't address? Do we need them? How do we need them? Those are big questions, of course, and that's what we aim to consider and answer going forward. But I did think it was important to highlight this question of what PIDs and how.
Yeah, and John, just to respond to your question, one of the comments you made, those were a lot of great questions and comments. I'm quite a fan of the Australian model, which basically, through its national ARDC, Australian Research Data Commons, covers the costs of creating and providing DOIs to the research community. So to me, that's the bar. And if Canada, working with the Alliance and other stakeholders in the community, can achieve a similar level so that this isn't a barrier, but is rather an enabler, then I think that's a critical part in the journey. So Josh, there's a question from Caroline, which I suspect you've seen, related to humanities. Do you want to take a go at that one?
Yeah, absolutely. This goes back a while, because I think there were, like say, when ORCID launched, there was a sharp uptick in things like coverage in Scopus, or some of the big science, technology, engineering, medical publishers were the first to move and the fastest to move in adopting ORCID. And it was seen as supporting more of those kind of, for want of a better term, hard sciences components. And that led to a sense that there was slightly slower adoption in that community. And one of the things we found when we actually kind of dug into ORCID records and looked at what was being included there is there are different things like, digital publishing in books has lagged behind digital publishing in journal articles. So disciplines that publish more monographs or book length outputs weren't seen as well supported. There are many, many smaller or nuanced fields within the humanities. So the example that a colleague always used to give is 12th century Welsh church music, right? There might be like nine really active researchers in that field. And those organizations don't have the resources to access a lot of this. So there are lots of different factors at work here. What we actually found when we dug into the data in the ORCID registry in about 2017, when I was working there, it was that actually we looked at what people had published and linked to their ORCID record to get a sense of which disciplines roughly they could be mapped to. And we found that humanities and arts researchers were actually overrepresented in terms of the population in the ORCID registry compared to their presence in as a proportion of the global research community. But they had vastly fewer works associated with their ORCID records. And this speaks to that kind of interaction. So especially kind of in the arts or practice-based research is a really good example here, where it's harder to get an identifier for the thing you have produced. It's difficult to register a DOI for some of these outputs because that type is not supported by Crossref or DataCite, even if you have access to a membership. So understanding how we can identify these things and the relationships between them and build the systems to get that data into people's ORCID records, connect their ORCID IDs to these other things, and link those up is really important. And I think it needs to be we need to be going where the practice is at the moment.
Thanks, Josh. Now, I have seen mentioned a couple of times the kind of, if you will, the GUI ID, the GUID, and the PID kind of side of the coin. The GUID being what I think PWM is referred to as that, kind of individual piece of equipment, specific kind of ID. I don't know if Josh, you or John want to comment on that, kind of the use of GUIDs or?
Yeah, no, I'd be happy to do that. Well, I mean, I think one of the key things about the PID systems that we've been looking at, whether it's DOIs, ORCIDs, RAWs, RAIDs, whatever, is that they are open community governed infrastructures, and they come with a whole class of community involvement, governance and oversight. So you have a system of central PID registries who ensure that the identifiers are globally unique. Now, GUIDs, I'm not an expert on class 4 GUIDs, but my understanding is there is not the kind of infrastructure around them in terms of this community governance, central PID registries, the discovery services that happen, and they are valuable at an infrastructure and a technical level, but for the kind of use cases we're looking at around the systematic metadata reuse, automation of processes, being able to pull up a certain kind of ID, say, for instance, know that this ORCID ID is present in this DOI record, or this particular DOI refers to a data set. There isn't the kind of infrastructure around them consistently enough to support those kind of developments beyond that. So I'm just, it's coming up live in the chat as well, so I'm getting distracted there. So as far as I know, if you submit data code or papers to Zenodo, you do get a DOI by default, but I'm sorry, getting distracted by the chat. So I think that GUIDs are vital and very important, and they scale. But if you want to publicize something and have a permanent guaranteed record that is backed up and is supported by a discovery and a structured metadata schema, and is supported by a sustainable, responsibly governed organization, there's a trust component here. To make sure that actually kind of that's why the kind of the PID registry approach has become quite popular, because it gives you that trust, that confidence, and it's about making sure these things are available for the long term, and the information around them is as well. And people are building APIs and building the connections that it can be used to actually automate processes and link that metadata into your system.
Yeah, and actually, you kind of alluded to Darcy's question, but I think it's an important one because it does get at the role of the work that MoreBrains did in the sense of role of CIPIDAC, because it's, to some degree, I always think of it as a set of activities that are focused on, if you will, the back room part of the research ecosystem. So the publishers, the data repository providers, you know, the various research infrastructures, software platforms. So it's intended primarily, if you will, for that group, because exactly as you say, Darcy, if I upload data or code into Zenodo, I get a DOI. I don't even need to know how it works or what it's all about. The key is, how do we ensure that data platforms and other types of research infrastructures, including internal institutional infrastructures like research information systems, are also using these PIDs? So it's only when all of those various software platforms and components are equally using in a consistent way the PIDs that are part of this PID ecosystem, that's when the value prop hits the researcher. You're 100% right. Researchers shouldn't care about data citing DOIs. Absolutely. That's why we're having this conversation.
And I think this speaks to the observations in the workshops about the level of adoption. It's the integrations that make it happen. The PID interactions need to be taking place in the systems the researchers are using to do their work without them having to do anything extra, take any extra steps. I think that's really important. It's putting them at people's fingertips without them needing to understand them to benefit. I think there are some PIDs we want people to be interacting with. The ORCID ID is particularly important because it kind of, that researchers need to understand why they're providing it when they apply for a grant or publish a paper or release a data set. And they need to understand the benefits and see the benefits of putting information in their ORCID record, because it enables them to be, disambiguated. And if they take ownership of it, it's more useful for them, and that you can have more trust in the data that's associated with an ORCID ID. But for the most part, it should just be done for people. It should be, as I said, at their fingertips without them having to think about it. I think you're absolutely right, Mark. It's the integrations and the systems benefits will show.
Yeah, and maybe just an additional comment on the GeoIDs context. I think there's a number of reasons why GeoIDs aren't more widely used in this PID ecosystem context. And I think one is because they are kind of embedded in a commercial context. They do tend to allow something like the Microsoft kind of ecosystem to do the things that GeoIDs do. They don't necessarily make themselves accessible, for example, to the description of a blood tissue sample in a biobank, which also is important to assign a PID to, unless it's created, described, or otherwise managed in that Microsoft ecosystem. And of course, you can use GeoIDs elsewhere, but I think some of the critical requirements for a sustainable, long-lasting PID ecosystem is that it not be embedded in a single vendor, if you will, or a single piece of technology managed by a single vendor. Other comments or questions? Anybody wish to raise a comment by unmuting? As I said, feel free to raise your hand. I can't remember, John, how much you alluded to the kind of next steps. Josh did partly in his comments. Once MoreBrains delivers the kind of final report in this at this stage, then the CIPIDAC will take that. One of the things we've been tossing around is the opportunity to have a more focused and lengthier strategic planning session, if you will, whether it's CIPIDAC or additional colleagues, to determine how best to move forward with the recommendations from the MoreBrains report. We're also looking at an opportunity to share, if you will, inside baseball information with our colleagues in Australia and the UK and elsewhere that are moving, have built a nice, strong ecosystem in this context. So that's probably going to be next step. So I would say we're looking at, and John, you could correct me if I'm wrong, something in the summer timeline in terms of next steps once CIPIDAC has a chance to look at these things in more detail. John,
Precisely. Yeah. That's it. We have to set up some next calls for the CIPIDAC to reflect on. Josh came and gave a presentation last Thursday ahead of this presentation today. So the CIPIDAC has been thinking about and engaging since then. And then the question is, meeting up to engage and yeah, exactly. Plan those next steps, strategize about those next steps, think about who needs to be involved in those next steps. And ideally, we'd move ahead with this project is developing a roadmap toward an implementation strategy. We also need to actually develop that implementation strategy. So ideally, we would be doing another phase of work to act on those recommendations from this particular report. But that's all up to discussions that'll be coming in the next few months.
And the other thing I did was I put a link into we haven't yet published it in Zenodo, but I did put a link into version 2 of the RDC PIDs document, which provides a lot of detail about the different kinds of PIDs. There's also a set of high-level recommendations that are not really hugely changed from the first version because we were anticipating the delivery of the MoreBrains document, which would have a kind of a more broader reaching kind of view, if you will, and a more recent view. So that document is available. If you do wish to add any comments, feel free to do so. I'll certainly, I'm not sure, PWM, what your first name is, but I'll be sure to take a look and at your comments more closely. I realize the ADFS and the other kinds of technology you look to are an important one in certain respects. So we may look to see how we can provide a better integration of that into the PIDs document and possibly a third version of that. I see Darcy. So the other interesting thing I'm seeing here is if you will, a alignment of the different technologies and platforms between the advanced research computing environment and the research data management environment, especially with some of the comments that Darcy just, for example, put in there about Exceed. So we have a few colleagues here that have pointed to some interesting examples of important, if you will, PIDs in that space. So I think it's up to us to kind of understand where a Globus ID is important, for example, in an Exceed context, and understand the value proposition of a non-vendor aligned PID, if you will, for identities such as an ORCID. So it would be great to continue this conversation. I may actually, Darcy and PWM, if you feel like reaching out to me with an email so that I have your email, I may get in touch with you to leverage some of the knowledge that you represent from that community. Anything else? Final thoughts, John or Josh?
Maybe I'll just quickly say that I'm really appreciative of the community for the feedback here, and that if you do have any additional feedback, earlier I threw my email into the chat. Please do feel free to reach out to me. I can either address it or send it over to the MoreBrains team or over to Mark as needed, depending on the kind of questions you have. Thank you for throwing your email in there, Mark. Yeah, we're really excited and happy with the work that we're seeing for coming out of this consultation project. And I don't know if you have any last things you want to say, Josh, but I'm just really thankful that everyone here wants to engage around PIDs.
Just to say, it's been brilliant working with this community on this project. We've had some really insightful and engaging conversations. And today is just another in that sequence. It's been a pleasure to speak to you all, and thank you for your attention.
Yeah, and actually, I think Susan's last comment there is probably a good way to end the conversation, as she points out the need to maintain the momentum and the sustainability of a strong approach. So thanks for those comments, Susan. So we're going to take a half-hour break, which means we're going to reconvene on the hour at 2 Eastern. I would encourage you to stay logged in. It's probably easier than looking for the PIDs or for the link to the Zoom call, because I know a number of people had challenges finding that. So I would encourage you to stay logged in. I will put the slide up to share my welcome slides so that people know where they are. And we will see you again in exactly half an hour. Thanks, Josh and John. Hi, everyone. We're almost at the top of the hour, so I'll give another minute or two there before we resume. And I will invite our Open Science panelists to turn their video on. So we have Aaron with an A, Aaron with an E, Simon, and Felicity. Perfect. All are here. So I'll wait just one more minute. We're just right now at the top of the hour, so I'll just wait another minute for folks to get back to their desks and sign in. All right. Always, although I shouldn't say that, because in PEI, being on time for a meeting means you're 5 minutes late. Having said that, I'm not in PEI today. I'm in Ottawa. So we'll go ahead and get started. And our next session is our Open Science panel. So we have 4 esteemed colleagues from our stakeholder community who are going to engage in the conversation. And I'm going to let them introduce themselves. But before I do that, I'm just going to put up, and I'm going to leave this slide up while our colleagues are introducing themselves, because that will give us a chance to, for people out there to kind of get a sense of what we mean as we talk about open science and consider questions. I have a couple of questions that I'm going to throw out at our colleagues after they introduce themselves. But I'm also going to, as always, take a look at chat. So feel free to let me know when you have something that you would like to ask. In chat is the preferred option. And if we have time, after a couple questions, I'll also see if folks would like to unmute themselves to ask a question or make a comment. So I'm just going to reach out to each of the panelists in turn as they show up on my screen, and I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves in a couple of minutes and suggest a word or phrase for what open science means to you. And if open science is not a critical aspect of your community of practice, then why not? So let's start with you, Simon. You're on the top of my screen.
Hi, Mark. Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. I'm Simon Hodson, Executive Director of CoData. In my role as Executive Director of CoData, we work on issues of data policy, of data science, data education, and a new program called Making Data Work for Global Grand Challenges, which is primarily concerned with applying FAIR and making data interoperable for cross-domain research areas. Now, in the last few years, I was chair of the European Commission's report, Turning FAIR into Reality. So I've worked a lot on issues of FAIR, and I was vice chair of the expert advisory group, which developed, in collaboration with the member states, of course, but which developed the UNESCO Open Science recommendation that you can see on the screen. So I come to open science as an organizer of a large international collaborative community, primarily concerned with the data angle. And so the dimension is open science and fair. And really what I think of as open science is science done well in the 21st century. So very quickly to unpack that, not to take too much time, but science has always intended to be transparent. You can critique the assertions made in science. You can get to the evidence. But in the 21st century, that requires some additional things. And above all, that means access to the data, to the code, to the reasoning behind the assertions, so you can critique it. And with 21st century technologies, that means being able to rerun the code, for example, being able to access those data and being able to access those data often at scale to unpick the models, etc. So that's sort of my nutshell. What is open science? Science done well in the 21st century and with 21st century technologies.
Awesome, thanks, Simon, and thank you for joining us from Europe a little later in your day. Next, Aaron with an E. We have two Aarons in our small panel here, so I may say Aaron with an E or A. Go ahead, Aaron.
Hello, my name is Dr. Aaron. I'm a scientist by training at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health in Toronto and an assistant professor at U of T. And I think I know this group a little bit via my role as a scientist and a member of the Researcher Council advising the Alliance, or the Canadian Digital Research Alliance of Canada. I always forget how those are structured. So I come to open science primarily from a user perspective, from someone who needs open science implemented in their daily practices. I was gonna use my word to describe open science as reproducible science, because I think, as Simon said, their good data practices in open science have become very heavily intertwined in the current research culture. So it's hard to find people practicing one and not the other. That being said, my word to describe open science was also work and difficulty and just extra work. It's the icing on the cake, and sometimes people just want to sprinkle some icing sugar and publish and get done and do the minimum process possible, because there's a lot of different work in science, and there's definitely a lot of barriers to adoption, and I think the most of them just being people's time, even if they have the best intentions. But I will let the rest of the panel speak to those things as we go forward.
Great, thank you, Aaron. And next I have Felicity.
Hi, I'm the research data management librarian at the University of Ottawa. So I'm speaking to you today from unceded and surrendered Algonquin territory. I am also, so I come to the research data management librarian position after doing a scholarship in the digital humanities. And so I bring a perspective of data practice as kind of a cultural engagement and data as a cultural output. And then in my research data management role, I continue to support researchers in my own institution, but also partner with institutions, with other researchers across institutions through partnership grants, et cetera. And so I'm still very involved in digital humanities projects, but I'm also becoming more and more involved as a co-op on health sciences research and learning a lot about the culture of open science from the STEM kind of, or the health medicine STEM kind of perspective, as well as the humanities perspective. And I guess my word, or my way of thinking about open science is from a practitioner perspective, which is really where I'm going to be speaking from today, but the practitioner of the labor that gets added to the project to do the good data practice. And So, so my kind of approach to open science really has to do with thinking about data that can be as open as possible, but as restricted or as closed as necessary, depending on what the context of the research requires in terms of its ethical or legal frameworks.
That's great. That's a phrase I encounter very frequently in the international community, Felicity, so that's a good one. And finally, Aaron.
Hello, everyone. Nice to have the double A, but be last this time. Usually I'm first, so thank you, Mark and my colleagues. It's a pleasure to be here. Aaron AA Franks. I work at the First Nations Information Governance Center. I'm living and working on unceded Algonquin territory in Ottawa right now. I'm a senior advisor for external relations and strategic initiatives, which is a pretty big handle, but basically I support all of the staff at FNIGC in our sort of three-pronged work, and that's our survey work. You may be familiar with the Regional Health Survey, the First Nations Employment and Early Childhood Survey, and others. And we steward and house and work with that data in our First Nations Data Center under the guidance of our First Nations members. We do applied research in the area of law, culture, technological change, and issues that affect data sovereignty, First Nations data sovereignty. And then we have an education and training and awareness raising function too, largely through, you may be familiar with the First Nations principles of OCAP, ownership, control, access, and possession of First Nations data by First Nations. We have a wonderful online course called The Fundamentals of OCAP, and we've been busy at work revising that. My personal background, I had a career in the performing arts, and then I moved those skills to performance methodologies and arts-based methodologies and research. And for quite some time now, I've actually been doing research on research. A methodologist, policy analyst, looks at infrastructure, funding structures, basic assumptions behind who gets to do research and education and training in Canada and who doesn't, and how we can change that equation in the nation-to-nation relationship the federal government has with First Nations, Métis and Inuit governments and people. So you can see where open science as both a paradigm, a policy, a movement, a set of practices and growing infrastructures is of huge importance to First Nations people. And Simon, I know you'll be familiar with the CARE principles as well, given your close work with the FAIR principles. CARE, collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility and ethics, ethical approaches to research, in many ways a sort of international brother or sister to the OCAP principles in Canada. My phrase for open science is perhaps a little different. I come at this, I guess, as a sort of technical advisor. FNIGC is a strictly non-political technical organization that supports First Nations and data sovereignty. So I come to this as an analyst and as a advisor to First Nations organizations. My phrase would be open science growing pains and adolescence. And I was thinking about, infancy and adolescence and all the stages of people's growth. And I think adolescence might be, not to be facetious, but adolescence might be a good analogy in that there is both this enthusiasm to grow and learn and embrace things, and also, which has a kind of innocence about it, and also a kind of growing self-awareness too, that things are complex and difficult and require self-reflection. So to me, open science is an area of great promise that's really just beginning. Thanks, Simon, for putting that up in the chat.
That's an awesome way to describe open science. I think for a lot of us, Aaron, it's a kind of an adolescent journey of growing pains. I love that. So I've got a couple of questions that I'm going to pose for our panelists, but again, I would encourage colleagues who are listening to either put questions you may have in the chat, and I will also keep an eye on the participants list in case somebody wants to put their hand up. So the first question I'm going to ask Aaron with an E to respond first. And that question is, do you or your close colleagues follow open science practices? And if so, do you have specific examples? So this question is intended to get at that practices that have alluded to the challenge that sometimes presents. Go ahead, Erin.
Yeah, maybe I'll speak to adolescents. I originally, when I looked at this question, I had trouble because I was like, which colleagues? Because there's a few different ways to define open science, and there's a few different ways to find the colleagues that do it. Maybe to come back to actually what our keynote speaker said, because I think my field's very similar. When it comes to open science as it applies to research software, I think we're getting much farther ahead than we were even a decade ago. And I think there's been a lot of good things that have happened there. Just the fact that I know him and other people in my field are really pushing for now documentation and code review of code. Like maybe a decade ago, we weren't even talking about publishing the code at all, or making the code available at all. And now we're to the point where it does feel like software has moved into an open space where common practice for good scientific software is to put it in the open space. I think with open data is where we're definitely in either baby or middle steps, especially with my colleagues. I've benefited a lot from open data, but that open data has been published from places outside of Canada. And I'm currently working with people within my center, within a working group, to promote the publishing of data, but I'm noticing a lot of barriers both from I guess I can speak to those in later questions, but both from governance in general, people just not knowing what to do, people thinking we don't have the right to do things, people not knowing how to address things, and just a general apprehension to the whole idea of releasing data in the first place. So, and a lack of infrastructure compared to some other countries for the ability to do this, which is all things that I hope will change quite a bit in the next decade. We'll see. I'll let leave it to the other panelists to speak about what's going on elsewhere.
Great, thanks, Erin. And I'm glad you brought our minds back to Dr. Poisot's keynote, because I thought he did a great job of kind of weaving together, especially the data and research software piece. And I'll maybe Lena or Kim, if she's on the call, could put in the link to the RISA website, the Research Software Alliance, because it's a newer organization that has come up recently and is one that the Alliance has partnered with, and is I think one of the organization along with Simon's CODATA and RDA and others that have facilitated better practices in terms of research software. Felicity, did you want to go next?
So I decided to approach this question from a very kind of pragmatic standpoint, which is to talk about a very specific project my colleagues have engaged in open science practices. And I think this is also a way for me to kind of showcase some of the pedagogical resources that are being developed from case studies, like specific researchers' case studies, in order to help sort of do like professional development for researchers across Canada, in terms of being able to connect the researchers to the digital research infrastructure that might be of use to them in their open science workflows. So I'm a collaborator on the Meaningful Data Counts project, which is led by Stephanie Hostein and Isabella Peters. It's an international partnership between German researchers and Canadian researchers that deliberately engages with open science practices as it also studies open science kind of data citation patterns. And so it's a bit of a self-referential project. I'll put a link to the project page in the chat so you can have a look at it later. So one of the open science practices that they did was to approach their research data management librarian to ask how they could create a data management plan, at the beginning of the project in order to manage all their different mixed methods, data collection outputs. So this includes interviews and survey data, like oral interviews and survey data, and interview transcriptions. And at the same time that we were making this data management plan, the former Portage network, which is now being kind of folded into the Alliance, the Canadian Digital Research Alliance. I'm sure we'll all get used to saying it. So the former Portage network, which has been sort of the steward of the data management plan assistant tool for Canadian researchers, put out a call for exemplar data management plans, and also for like specifically designed templates into the researcher community, and we responded very enthusiastically and said, oh, we will absolutely write a data management plan that can become an example for other researchers to follow, because often what people really need and want is something that they can kind of copy and paste from when they're making their own plan. And so the kind of special angle that we took was how to build an open science workflow that builds the publishing of outputs into the actual data management process. So I won't go into details because we have many things to discuss today. But what I can say is that we can see, because it's uploaded to Zenodo, to Zenodo, an open access repository, the data management plan has been downloaded many times. It's being used by community on a regular basis. The template that we created for the DMP assistant takes a different approach from the standard template design, because it starts from the principle that you are in an international research partnership and that your goal is to share the data. So it's structured in a way that kind of responds to how researchers think about their flow to begin with. And that also has been published. Well, it was peer reviewed and then published and shared widely. And we're also on the way to doing a version 2 of a data management plan, because the whole idea of a data management plan is that it's iterative, that researchers kind of review it as time goes on and try to determine whether there's changes that need to be made, or whether certain workflows work differently, or whether documentation practices have changed. And so we're looking forward to delving into version 2 of the data management plan. And then on top of it, the success of the data management plans has led to a chapter being contributed to a textbook that's being compiled and written for a national kind of training audience as well. Again, this is something that emerged out of the former Portage network, and has editors Christy Thompson, Emily Carlisle Johnson, Elizabeth Hill, and then French language editors as well, Daniel Denny, Emily Fortin, and Cynthia Lizet. And so the data management plan won't just kind of, it'll be published in multiple different places, which is also, I think, in keeping with like open science practices, to have it published as widely as possible and as accessible through multiple different channels as possible, which ensures longevity and preservation.
That's great. Thanks for listening. I like the way you highlighted that, the ultimate intention of a DMP is to share best practices, or current practices, if you will, in the context of a research group. And that, one of the goals is that they be shared with others in that same community of practice. So that's a critical, I think, especially researchers, when they're facing a funding submission pipeline or a DMP is required, they think of it as something I have to do in order to submit my funding proposal. But I think, Felicity, you've highlighted where the true value comes out with the DMP. So thanks for that. Aaron, did you want to comment on this one?
Yeah, sure. Thanks. Actually, something you mentioned, Felicity, I scrolled it down. I hope I got it right. I think my answer to this question, do we follow open science practices? And if so, yes or no, and then if not, why not, would be, insofar as the broad open science movement already acknowledges that data can remain as restricted as necessary, then I would say yes. Again, not as a practitioner myself, but as an analyst and an advisor at FNIGC, which is in itself an advisory group for First Nations. I think where we don't apply open science practice would be, insofar as we don't, it's because of some of the dangers of some of the basic premises that are still being attached to this work. And Felicity, you mentioned a lot of this is about how researchers think about their flow to begin with. So where the idea of openness, consent, sharing, where is its origin in the stream, in the process? That to us is still a real challenge, right? Like First Nations have a right to develop their own institutions to support their right to self-determination and self-governance, which requires control over their data. There's a lot of instances where data is shared across jurisdictions, but there's a lot of instances where we're talking about First Nations data, that's data by First Nations, about First Nations people, and data that's collected or is about First Nations territories, lands, waters, resources, four-legged flyers, swimmers. So opening science, opening methodology, I'm looking at the working definition we have here. We've got infrastructure, creation, evaluation, communication. These are all quite separate things, right? So where we don't follow open science practices is that we're still very much looking for respectful, knowledgeable, willing partners to engage in these things like evaluation, co-creation of scientific knowledge in a way that respects First Nations data sovereignty. And I'll just raise a little case in point, an anecdote from a recent conference where one of my colleagues was talking about artificial intelligence and intellectual property, the connection between IP, data, and how data feeds into AI systems. And after my colleague spoke, there was an anonymous comment in the chat that said, basically, First Nations want control over the data. So they're going to withhold their data from AI systems, which means that AI systems are going to continue to be biased because we are going to be missing that data to make informed decisions, which of course, if you unpack that, is full of all kinds of problematic assumptions. First of all, the idea that for First Nations to retain sovereignty over their data somehow automatically means that First Nations won't want to share their data under certain circumstances, won't be interested in the benefits of an open science environment, I think is a really dangerous assumption. And secondly, the systems that AI in this case is meant to serve, we have to ask, well, what decisions are being made by whom to serve which population? And I think there's something similar with open science. We talk about serving the science community and serving society more broadly. Those in many ways are still two different things. And First Nations and Indigenous societies and governments have their own epistemologies and ideas about how data can best serve their communities. So again, lots of promise with the idea of sharing under certain circumstances, of leveraging the benefits of an open science paradigm, but still lots of work to be done on acknowledging control and consent and benefits to communities from whom the data is derived.
Thank you, Aaron. Great examples, and I think that AI one certainly resonates with me, and I'm sure it would a lot of our colleagues on the call. So I'm going to go on to the next question. I'm going to direct it at Simon first, and a couple of you have kind of touched on this, but maybe just a little more context or detail or examples. Every community of practice, as I call it, has their own norms and expectations. What does open science mean in your community? What do those kinds of norms and expectations mean? And so I'll turn that one over to you, Simon.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Mark. So I suppose, as I hinted, I'm particularly interested in, and the sort of work that we do, particularly interested in how to use data as well as possible. And so a lot of the work that we do comes to things very much from the technical side. How do we describe data such that it can be as usable as possible? And that means a number of things through the research pipeline. It means clarity about the methodologies and how the data were gathered. It means clarity about the descriptions of the processes. And it means describing the data well when they're made available. that means rich metadata, it means use of accepted community adopted terminologies and ontologies. And all that stuff I find absolutely fascinating, but I'm interested in data and concepts and how they link together. That's the very technical side, and I think it is really important. Sometimes people say, oh, the technical things are fixed, it's the human aspects. And I think that's to neglect a little bit that technology, society, human interface, which means that a lot of those descriptions, the metadata, are social constructs. So having said that, I want to sort of come back on some of the things that have already been said. Open science has a number of dimensions, and try to respond to some of the things that have been said already by panelists. Open science has a number of different dimensions, and some of those dimensions are upstream, if you like, and some of them are downstream. And what I mean by that analogy is that some are to do with what we do with our data when we've done our research with it. So that's the downstream. And some of them are to do with the upstream, how we access the data. And I think sometimes we are insufficiently clear when we communicate to communities about open science, about that distinction. When we say open data, we do not necessarily mean that all data upstream can and should be open. We need to be absolutely categorical about that. Good practice is to protect what needs to be protected, to show respect, to have communities' sovereignty or control over our access to those data. And it has to be negotiated, and it has to be a partnership. But that's a very different thing from the data downstream. Now, of course, if those data are protected, we can't open them downstream. But a lot of what I think many of us are driving at when we say, as I did at the beginning, that open science is science done well in the 21st century, we need to adapt what it means to show our workings. It used to be easy to show a basic data table in a written article. It's no longer so easy to do that, but we have to conduct science with the same rigor. And in some instances, that will mean providing access to those data that we can provide access to, and to the code, to the algorithms, to the models, or whatever it is that we're using. And I hope that where I do feel that significant change is needed and significant support is needed is in that downstream practice, how we show our workings. It's very hard at the moment for scientists, especially if working individually, but even if working as teams, to have the resource and the technologies and the skills genuinely to allow access to their workings and to their data and to their evidence, such that those are fully reproducible. And that, I think, leads me on to a sort of a two-part final point, which is that we need significant investment in helping those individual scientists or research teams in those digital practices of making the data and such like available downstream after publication for scientific scrutiny and sometimes reproducibility and reuse. And the other coda to that is the upstream thing. We do need access to more data. To properly understand our world, we need access to more data. We need data to input to those models. We need to understand how the complex challenges of our world, climate change, land use, etc., are affecting ecologies and are affecting humans. And that means data gathering. And I would say data gathering at a vast scale. But data gathering is hard. We can't cut corners. We can't cut corners with accuracy. We can't cut corners with the sort of mechanisms that we use, the instruments. And we can't cut corners with the social and ethical dimensions of research. Now, we do spend a lot of time training researchers in those social and ethical dimensions, but there's still this urge to, oh, just let me gather the data. And we can't cut those corners. We need to put in those hard miles to gather the data, and as much as is possible with agreement to make those data open for other researchers. But as I say, it has to be done ethically and with agreement. So I hope I've tried to address two things which I feel were said, and maybe to enrich a little the comments as part of the panel discussion. The need for downstream rigor and the extra effort that's required and the support that's required, because it is hard, it is a learning process, and the need for genuine attention to the sort of ethical and social and respect issues which have also been highlighted upstream.
That's great, Simon.
I hope that all made sense.
It did actually, and I thought you made some nice kind of pulled some of those threads that both Aaron's mentioned, Aaron Dickey, in terms of the, you know, sometimes a researcher just wants to collect the data and get a publication and get on with the next one. So there's that, you know, that operating environment in which the average researcher is sitting in terms of our traditional university sector can be a challenge sometimes. Aaron Franks, did you want to comment any more on that particular question?
Yeah, if I could, just briefly, just picking up on something Simon had said about researcher training, data handlers training. It's something that frustrates me a lot, and I don't think I'm alone in this. We're working at the FNIGC, is that there are, of course, there are disciplinary silos between researchers, but then there are silos between how data is considered as a resource asset thing, right? So we've got ethics, IP, research data management, long corridors where people are knocking, going, what do I do about this? What do I do about that? What do I do about this? And if it's confusing for well-funded university-based researchers, imagine the labyrinth that's presented to First Nations, Métis, and Inuit researchers, communities, organizations who say, you know, our way of thinking of how our data should be handled doesn't line up neatly with ethics over here, intellectual property here with the lawyers, and research data management with the library, archives, and information sciences people. So I think there's a real opportunity here to look at researcher and research data management training in a different way that starts to recognize that these things aren't particularly separate, or at least not always. Yeah, I just want to make a comment in terms of open science policy, at least in Canada, and to highlight a conundrum that, you know, I think is part of this movement here, is that there's individual practice. There's people like Simon and others who are driving forward things conceptually on the ground through networks, et cetera. And then in the nation-to-nation relationship, we have a federal government that's developing open science policies. We have the Office of the Chief Science Advisor, who's developed a roadmap for open science. And if you look at that roadmap, I'm going to quote here, on page 6 of the roadmap, it says, this roadmap was developed in the context of the Directive on Open Government, the Model Policy on Scientific Integrity, and the Data Strategy Roadmap for the Federal Public Service. It builds on the Tri-Agency Open Access Policy on Publications and the Statement of Principles on Digital Data Management. The federal approach to supporting Indigenous data strategies is outlined in the Data Strategy Roadmap for the Federal Public Service. Recommendation 8, for this reason, Indigenous knowledges and rights to self-determination are not covered in this open science roadmap. So you flip over to recommendation 8 in the data strategy roadmap, and it says, we recognize that Indigenous peoples have an inherent right to self-determination, so the federal government must co-develop with Indigenous partners distinction-based strategies to advance Indigenous data governance and institutional capacity. So we've now completely chased the tail of the dog around the kitchen table. Open science says, not our department. This is a broader federal remit. And the strategy in the broader federal remit says, work with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people to co-develop a strategy. So where are we? Where are we here at the at the data services at this summit as practitioners and analysts and advocates, and where is this co-creation happening? I kind of throw that out there as an invitation that, you know, let's all sort of pick up our pens and do this work. And that's all I had to say from a policy and jurisdictional point of view, less a practitioner point of view.
Oh, that's great, Aaron. And it's important to, you know, have challenges on the table when you know, those details don't follow some of the words and promises. So I appreciate that. I often like to talk about open science as the philosophy of open science, policy of open science, and practice of open science. And I find it's a useful way to kind of not put things under kind of in their own, under their own bubble, but just to talk about the philosophy of open sharing or appropriate sharing of data funded by public dollars in a general philosophical context. It's hard to argue with that in a general context. Then when you get down into the policy of open science, whether you're in the government or you're representing First Nations communities, or you're the Digital Research Alliance of Canada and its representation of all researchers, that policy context starts to get a little bit messier, and it's you know, every policy context is going to be a little bit different. And then when then you get down to the practice of open science, you know, it's all over the map in terms of the different domains and communities. And so sometimes I do find, at least in my own conversations, it's useful to think about it in those three contexts. Felicity, did you want to comment more, either about Simon or Aaron's comments, or something you want to add in general?
I wonder if maybe there's a lot of content that's out there, floating out there, and I might be able to make kind of a bit of a bridge between it. But okay, so I think the question is, what does open data mean in your community? My community is like all researchers everywhere. It's pretty big. But you know, on the Uwato campus, I guess. But one of the things that the Meaningful Data Counts project does in this space is track data citation practices in all the different disciplines and try to figure out, you know, what are the motivations for researchers to share their data and or to cite data from other places, and like how often, what is the frequency of it, and how well does our technical infrastructure actually track it? And you know, how do we measure this this practice of data citation and data sharing, you know, in a meaningful way? And then, you know, the next question is like, how do we build that into tenure track or into tenure and promotion processes, and how do we reward people, not just putting in funder requirements for it, but also how do we reward people in the career process? So what's really interesting about that is, on one hand, it can kind of, this project can produce the data that's required to fulfill the need that our speaker on PIDs brought up earlier, which is, you know, how do you make the extra work of doing, how do you make the extra work of getting an ORCID ID and documenting your data and putting it into all these different systems? Like, how do you make that extra work attractive enough for researchers to do it, to want to do it? But the other part of it is also, how do we count? And so the as closed, so that's the as open as possible, right? But the as closed as necessary is, how do you not only count what's shared, but also, like, is it even possible to think about quantifying these practices through a lens of rewarding people for not sharing it when it's not appropriate? And that's sort of that's an open question that we're just sort of starting to see in the Meaningful Data Counts kind of like discussion. Is this question of, you know, now that funders require data sharing or encourage data sharing in their knowledge mobilization area, for example, how do we also think alongside the EDI requirements that are being built into the the grant application process as well. So it's quite interesting when you think about these two sections in the grant application process, because the EDI dimensions are things like, how are you going to give the data back to the community that you're working with, or how are you going to respect the ethical responsibilities to the patient data that you're collecting, or how are you going to do patient-centered research in health sciences? How are you going to work with Indigenous data sovereignty principles if you're working in partnership or in like proper collaboration with First Nations, Métis, Indigenous communities. And so then it becomes this really interesting question of like, how do we look at data sharing through an EDI lens? And how do we, and we're actually like practicing that in the grant writing application process as we try to put those two kind of sections together, and some of the work that I'm doing with researchers, but it's still kind of early.
All right, thanks, Felicity. Maybe, Aaron, did you want to comment on this one about the norms and expectations in your community of practice?
Yeah, so I think I can speak a little bit to, we're trying within our institution, which is a research hospital, to become an open science institute, or a minted open science institute. And that really means adopting principles that are about publishing and data release. But we're seeing a lot of the barriers and the questions. And I guess I wanted to clarify one thing, that it's not just that you want to collect the data, do your analysis, and do the paper as quickly as possible. I think there's a lot more steps, especially human subject research, so many more steps. And at every single step, there's a few more things. So one example is like, I want to adopt open science. If I try to adopt open science or open publishing or research publishing late in the process, I get stuck with the conundrum of how much am I allowed to share this data, and how much of this data am I allowed to share? Is it like published in a way that I'm allowed to share the derivatives, that I'm allowed to actually share the original data? And if I can't figure that out, at some point I just give up and move on, and abandon the idea of trying to publish the data in the first place. And then I realized, okay, so maybe that means that we need to put a lot more work into the original data collection to make this work, into thinking about the informed consent form and trying to make that really simple, and trying to think about the informed consent process and make sure that a lot of data from the start is being incorporated. But then the act of writing data sharing properly into the informed consent form got surprisingly difficult within my institution, figuring out what was the proper language and what was the most respectful language that incorporated all of the stakeholders, and especially the client and patient stakeholder groups, and respected their wishes, and how open they would like to do, or what should be the template language there. And then the last bit. So I thought we could fix it with informed consent, and then I have to give a lot of credit actually to the OCAP data course, which I took last fall, because it opened my eyes to the idea that it didn't stop at the informed consent, that secondary data analysis, if done improperly, can do a lot of harms when the original communities aren't consulted with. And so that made me think about, no, there's something beyond the informed consent process that we really need to think about engagement. And I think it goes well beyond, well, I think that the examples given in the OCAP course are just so strong, but it made me think about secondary data analysis, not just Indigenous data sovereignty, but also other stigmatized groups in our communities, and whether or not they're being consulted, and these analyses are being done in a very ethical way. So there's so many different considerations, and I think making these considerations and doing them properly is what's making the whole process hard to move forward, but they're important conversations to have.
Yeah, thanks, Aaron. And one of the things I often do when I have conversations with researchers who are interested in good data management approaches or open science or any of the things we talked about is actually to take the OCAP course, which I've done twice, I guess I'm getting older and I need a refresher every now and then. But to my mind, it's an excellent framework for approaches to research in general. Obviously, it is designed to reflect the interests and data sovereignty issues and the things that are embedded in the OCAP principles. But when you look at them, per your example, Aaron, I think they provide an excellent ground framework foundation for all researchers to consider the impacts of their research. To me, it's that kind of the difference between our traditional Western notions of promotion and tenure and that hugely competitive space that researchers work in to get published and to move things ahead. And it can be very challenging. And I think it's important to take a step back and think about it in a broader societal context. Now I do have another question, but I note I'm gonna maybe even put somebody on the spot here, and I'll give them a heads up. Brian Corey, I noticed, is in the team, and Brian and his colleagues out at SFU have been doing a lot of good work on the iReceptor platform and its support for immunogenomics. Brian, did you want to comment on the impact that your platform has had in context in open science?
Yeah, I mean, I'll just talk a little bit of our kind of COVID-19 experience. I think a lot of people recognize that through COVID-19, I think open science was driven pretty far, pretty quickly. And I think a lot of us hope that kind of that data sharing will continue as we move forward. So we run an immunogenetics platform. We sequence B cells and T cells and store and share data. So everybody knows about B cells and T cells these days because we've been talking about them for 2.5 years or 2 years. So our platform is basically a data sharing platform for B cell and T cell data. And one of the really compelling things that we found is that when we started with COVID-19 data, researchers were really, really keen to work with us, like collaborate as data stewards to sharing their data so that it was available to the community. Previous to that, I would have said it would have been like pulling teeth to get researchers to share their data in a general sense. So that really changed, and I think that was mostly around the value of the data. And I guess my summary of that would be that I think if people value the data, then people will probably share their data more willingly. That was certainly our experience, and that continues, but it has, as you might imagine, slowed down a bit, I guess, in terms of people kind of reaching out and proactively sharing data. So that's just a kind of a broad comment on, I guess, the value of data. And if data is valued, the more data is valued, I think the more sharing will happen.
Yeah, thanks, Brian. Sorry to put you on the spot there, but it's I think it's a very compelling example of where researchers are happy to not only share, but reuse data that's shared in a field like that when it has something like the pandemic rather than a mandate from a publisher. I think that's it's unfortunate that we have to go to that kind of level of instance with the pandemic to encourage data sharing, but I think it maybe provided some good evidence that it has great impact when it is shared.
Yeah, Mark, maybe I'll just add one real quick thing. One of the really compelling things for me, so we work within this AIR community, which has defined a set of data standards. And so what we call the AIR Data Commons is where this data is stored. And the AIR Data Commons was basically, I think off the top of my head, I'm going to say 15, 20 times maybe, has been cited as a source to either where people have stored their data for telling researchers where to reuse it, or where people have actually found data for reuse. So researchers have basically downloaded data that from another study, reused it in their other study to look at vaccine impacts and things like that. So that that data citation and kind of repository citation, again, really also increased. So people, again, were, I think, citing data in a way that where they found it and how it was reused in a way that I think I hadn't experienced either, which was also pretty exciting, I think, from our perspective.
Thanks, Brian. If you get a chance, maybe you can put a link into the AIR site. So yeah, great work done out at SFU with the iReceptor platform. So thanks for that, Brian. So we've got about 6 minutes left, so I'm just gonna, maybe we'll start with Felicity, and I'm just gonna ask a final question. If there was one thing that each of us on the call could do to further the open science agenda, what would you suggest?
I'm going to go really simple on this one, just to kind of continue the meaningful data counts kind of like thread, which is like, if you use a data set, you should cite it using its DOI. And you should cite it, you can write it into the text of your article to acknowledge where it came from, or you can put it into the footnotes or into the, works cited kind of section. There's many different ways of citing it, but you should do it. And then also, if you want to increase your data citations, you should make sure that you put your data somewhere which generates a DOI that can then be cited by others.
I sense maybe a final RDC t-shirt. We should have planned this, just cited, damn it. Could be the slogan on the t-shirt.
I'm laughing because I always have lots of things to say, but that's really all I have to say right now.
That's great. Thanks, Felicity. Simon?
I kind of want to say two things. One similar to what Felicity said. It's fundamentally to transform what we think of as the output of research. It's not just the article plus the data. It should be the whole thing. Now, of course, some data have to be protected, but we should think about it in terms of, we have some machine readable assertions. We have the human readable summary of what we've done. We have the data set, either open or under restrictions and control. But the data set is there somewhere and can be scrutinized when necessary or if with appropriate permissions. The other thing that I wanted to say, and if I may, because I think it was very interesting what came up earlier. I really liked what Aaron with 2 A's said about the corridor with the 4 different or the 3 or 4 different units, and what the other Aaron said about the challenges of the informed consent and the ethical processes. For me, that all drives to really upscaling research, what we sort of often think of as research skills, and not compartmentalizing it into, here are our statistical methods, and here are our ethical consent things, and here's the IPO and the legal thing. Those, yes, we might need a different section of the textbook or different courses to cover each of those things, just to segment things conceptually. But this is all part of doing research well. And this is why I sort of come back to that definition that open science is science done properly in the 21st century, because it should encompass that good use of data. It should encompass those statistical skills, the good research data management, and all the other ethical consent things that we've talked about. We do those sort of courses in some of the training activities we have, research data management, the use of visualization, the code, the machine learning. All these things are part of the armory of researchers and the necessary skills of researchers in the 21st century. And that has to be packaged into what we do in our research skills training. And I think we have to be a lot more ambitious about what that research skills training needs to comprise in order to do research well in the 21st century. So sorry for jumping in with 2 things, but I wanted to make those 2 points.
So that's great. Thank you very much, Simon. And why don't we go with Aaron with 2 A's next?
I think Simon's made an excellent point about training and rethinking through what skills are needed and ways of thinking about this are required. I would go further with that. I would say, let's think through all of the assumptions we have about who's benefiting from this and what access actually means. I'm looking again at the working definition, and I think there's some risk here or even danger if we equate openness with improvement. It doesn't necessarily follow. So if the benefits of an open science paradigm are going to be realized, it's about looking at it can't be built on extractive or colonial assumptions. We've gone through this with other movements and initiatives. Like we're looking at the development of digital research infrastructure in this country, and our point is that this is an opportunity to do something in a better way, and we want to be part of that. We want to be partners in that. So let's look at our assumptions about who has benefited from this kind of work in the past, and the strong possibility that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit people will continue to be excluded from these processes unless we rethink some of these things. The same with artificial intelligence, that point that I raised earlier, that there's essentially all things are possible. This is all to the good, but we have to look at consent, inclusion, extraction, and community benefits in a different way. We can't build the benefits of open science on a foundation that's got some problems. So I'd just say, let's look at our assumptions about some of these things first.
Awesome, great words of wisdom. Thank you very much for that, Aaron. Aaron, final word to you.
Aaron, I guess I'll end on a happy note, which is it feels like the kids are all right. In terms of practices, in terms of research practices, or at least better. I feel like the trainees of today are much better than I was. They impress me every day in their capacity to build open tools, to document their code in amazing ways, to link to open repositories, and to make all of these things feel like default to them. Just their common research practices and the standards that they hold their papers to. So I feel like in terms of what we can do going forward, we can just keep helping them do what they're doing, or at least the good things that they're doing to some extent. I think a lot of that actually came from a lot of domain-specific training. So there's some principles that go across the board, but I think they radiate more when they're given in a domain-specific way. So I can speak specifically, I work a lot with neuroimaging data, the standards and the repositories that exist for neuroimaging data, and the open science and the open tools that exist for neuroimaging data. It was when those things were taught, that is when those tools and those specific tools and domain-specific practices were taught, that the concepts of open and reproducible science became apparent to that whole group, and became commonplace. And it was when those tools became more commonly used that it became useful. So yes, the kids are all right. That is.
Awesome. A great set of 4 final statements to energize the group and have us thinking about what it means as we move forward. And moving forward brings me to our final speaker for the day, Nizar Ladak. And following Nizar's presentation, and thank you everyone, our 4 panelists. That was a wonderful conversation. I wish we could do these face-to-face again. I miss that special special thing that comes when you're with somebody, whether it's over lunch or a drink or in the hallway. It's a wonderful opportunity. So thank you all for your participation. So I'd like to introduce Nizar. I think many people on this call will know Nizar. And I have the pleasure of working with Nizar at the Alliance. Nizar, of course, is the CEO and the Digital Research Alliance of Canada, and that's why we call it the Alliance, so we don't have to remember which order the words go in. Nizar is a seasoned executive with more than 30 years of experience and has been a fixture, if I can, in the Canadian DRI community for many years. And I can attest to the power of Nizar's approach and his leadership in the Alliance as a new organization. So over to you, Nizar.
Thank you, Mark, and thank you so much for those kind words. If we can go to the next slide. I wanted to thank you all first off for the opportunity to speak with you today. And before beginning, I'd like to share with you that I'm based in Toronto, and I acknowledge that I'm on the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples. If we can go to the next slide, please. So allow me to begin by wishing all of you a happy spring. In that context, building on Mark's earlier remarks, let's hope that 2022 sees the end of the pandemic. Let's hope that we can gather at the 2023 NDSF summit in person. There continues to be like Mark, I share his view that there's just that dynamic that's lost when we're not in a common room together. But I'm also a believer of the power of the collective, and with 150 participants, may I ask that all of you send positive thoughts to our first responders and to the healthcare workers who have been literally instrumental in getting us to this stage in the pandemic's trajectory, and particularly over the last few years. Last year, I spoke at this summit, which would have been about 5 or 6 months after I'd actually began with what was known at that time as NDRIO, the new Digital Research Infrastructure Organization. And a lot has happened, a lot of consultation, a lot of conversation, a lot of learning, a lot of missteps. And fortunately, I'm a firm believer in missteps because that's a great way to learn. And so we've made many of those, and hopefully we've learned as an organization. So on the slide before you, one of the things that has developed over the course of the last year is our vision, mission, and our value statements. And all too often organizations will present this and then just quickly move along. We just simply put it up there as a particular comment, but we really actually did spend quite a bit of time on crafting and choosing very selectively the words. And so I wanted to just spend 20 seconds in highlighting a few of these when you see this mission and vision statement. So in terms of the vision to catalyze world-class Canadian research for the greater good is a really good build on the earlier panel session, which was frankly just terrific. But I wanted to highlight for you a couple of words. Catalyst. It, for us, describes our role to lower the barriers that Aaron and Aaron spoke about in terms of digital research infrastructure accessibility and to support researchers. We also wanted to emphasize that we are centered on Canada and the needs of Canadian researchers. We emphasize in that simple sentence the importance of the greater good. I'm always humbled by the remarkable work of our researchers in creating positive impact on both Canada's own digital research infrastructure ecosystem, but even globally. In our mission statement, I wanted to highlight words like trusted, inclusive, and collaborative. These in many ways embody the values that we're trying to build our organization on. And being a key partner to national and global organizations. Every month we learn something that's happened in our normally comparative countries like Australia, the United Kingdom, France, the United States. And so as we're, I really particularly, Aaron's remark in the earlier resonated with me. This is an opportunity and we want to make sure we get it right. And there are those who have gone before us whom we can learn from. We can learn from their mistakes. We can learn from their achievements. And we're very much looking to others and trying to be a bit of a connector and a leader on the international stage. Digital research infrastructure is also a term highlighted here in the mission statement. And as we actually took this forward to the thousands, literally thousands of individuals we had spoke with in constructing our mission, vision, values, and our strategic plan, they were particularly clear to say that cyber infrastructure and e-infrastructure, while those are terms that are routinely understood with our global colleagues, we wanted to keep DRI because it represents a very Canadian nomenclature. And so we ensured that we didn't adopt words like cyber infrastructure or e-infrastructure, and that we wanted to keep digital research infrastructure. So if we can go to the next slide, we also spent the better part of last year since I spoke with you, talking a lot about our strategic plan or developing our strategic plan. Now, the title of this presentation is Looking Back and Looking Forward. And so along these themes, our strategic plan is available now on our website in both French and English for you to download. But I wanted to pick up on a couple of items that are highlighted in the strategic plan. It was months in the making and benefited from, as I've stated, thousands of people's input. But it's meant to be a document that will guide our collective work over the next few years. We took, most of last year working on needs assessments, on current state assessments, and there'll be a few slides in a few moments where I'll highlight how you can access many of these items. But in particular, you'll see in the last slide of today's deck, the fact that we are hoping to establish an RDM advisory committee. Just last week, we gathered dozens of experts from the research data management community. Many of you would know them as by their former name, the Portage Network of Experts. And it's our hope that this advisory committee will not only provide operational and strategic advice to the Alliance, but continue the remarkable grassroots efforts and the very successful initiatives that were achieved under the banner of the Portage Network. So with that, allow me to turn to the next slide, because I want to share with you how we think our various areas of responsibility will come together. So some of you may have seen this slide in the past, but and some of you may have not. And so what I wanted to highlight for you is, as it's stated at the top of the slide, the Alliance's main activities regarding its services can be illustrated with what we believe are 6 overarching, hence the concentric circles, overarching facets in which the Alliance's guiding principles and our vision and mission, which I just described for you, are reflected in all of this activity. So the way to look at that illustration is that nationally, our role is to coordinate and support advanced research computing, research data management, research software, or, as I've stated already, in Canada, digital research infrastructure. But in doing so, we have a responsibility to also fund, and a responsibility and a privilege to fund DRI. We represent Canada internationally. Our host today, Mark, is often the face of this organization and the face of our ecosystem with our international colleagues. And we engage both nationally in order to enable growth and development, while we deliver and fund training and development nationally. While I've described these at the sort of 50,000 foot level, let me share with you that one of the logic behind this has been documented through the various recent publications that you can read in more detail. So if we go to the next slide, please. What you have here, and these slides will be made available to you, but I wanted to highlight for you a couple of documents that were produced, which are now informing how we think about services and think about the opportunities that are before us. So in November 2020, we did a current state assessment on research data management, and you can access that from our website. In September 2021, we did a current state assessment on research software. All of these were produced by working groups and subject matter experts. In May of 2021, we did the current state of advanced research computing in Canada, an update to the 2017 LCDRI Advanced Research Computing Position Paper. I've already mentioned the strategic plan, and in September 2021, we conducted a researcher needs assessment, a summary of what we were hearing from 1,381 individuals who participated in giving us that feedback. So it's what I would consider a milestone document in terms of our understanding, and I wanted to just take a couple of moments on the next 2 slides to share with you some of the key highlights that we derived from the needs assessment. So if we can go to the next slide, please. I realize it's kind of difficult to read this, but in the needs assessment, this exact graph is actually reproduced, and so you can get the very specific percentages and numbers. But the way to look at it in the context of a presentation is on the x-axis, there are a series of response categories in terms of strongly agree, strongly disagree. And on the y-axis, what you have are the subject matter disciplines, the areas that sorry, not the subject matter disciplines, but the areas of interest or concern that were emerged from the needs assessment. And so on the right-hand side of the slide, I'm highlighting for you there the 5 areas that whether you were a social sciences and humanities researcher who responded, and your information is categorized within these in the sort of lower quartile, or the science and engineering, or in the health research, generally there seemed to be some alignment around the following 5 items that we need to pay more focused attention on. There was training. We heard the former panel speak about that. Support, in terms of professional support, are also equally encouraged and supported in their work. Storage issues, funding issues, and computing issues in terms of the increased demand. And so this was a very nice way to look at points of alignment. And the next slide does that to some degree as well. So if we can go to the next slide. What you see on this particular one is the areas of subject matter. And so again, it's broken down by social sciences and humanities. Those are the green squares or green arrows, swim lanes, whatever the terminology might work for you. The sort of mustard color is the folks from sciences and engineering, and the responses in gray are health research. And again, this exact slide is available in the needs assessment, so you can go into a lot more detail and review some of the points around it. But excuse me, why I wanted to share it in today's presentation is because what you see very clearly in terms of the value of the needs assessment is that while we have differing levels of need based on subject matter discipline, whether you're social sciences or humanities or health, you start to see areas and points of alignment, and that gives us a very clear roadmap or picture in terms of where we need to focus some attention. And so again, you'll see at the very top where there was high alignment, there was funding for professional research support staff, training of our HQP, who are the backbone of what we do, and a lot of interest in terms of cloud computing. Those were the top 3, and then many, many other areas. Now, as it's not lost on me that I'm speaking to an audience predominantly from the research data management ecosystem. And so I wanted to share with you how we've begun to think about our service offerings, as well as the various products and tool sets that we'll be offering through the Alliance going forward. And so if we can go to the next slide, please. Now, this one's what you'll see on the top there is we have literally RDM within the Alliance is comprised of the national network of experts who offer a series of activities from training and outreach, services, policies, best practices, tool sets, infrastructure platforms. All of this work is supported by a remarkably strong RDM team, but more importantly, their work is actually made possible by the 150 plus experts across the country from 70 different organizations. And our overall commitment comes back almost full circle to our value statements at the beginning of this deck, is our ambition and our aspiration to work hard and be a researcher-centric and service-oriented organization, meeting the needs of researchers and evolving them as their research and activities also mature. If we can go to the next slide, and I'm in the home stretch, folks. I wanted to share with you as well some of the product offerings that continue and have also resulted from some of the work that we've done over the last year. The DMP Assistant is frankly a national, open, bilingual data management planning tool that helps researchers. But why I think it's remarkable is it's emerged particularly around the time that will help researchers fulfill compliance with the new tri-agency policy on research data management. It builds on some of the earlier conversations from the last panel around supporting national open bilingual data. Felicity said, just document it, just cite it. These are all ways that the DMP Assistant allows us to be able to support researchers in their work. And so it's very much a tool that was designed for supporting researchers. We have a national instance of Dataverse operated by Scholars Portal at the University of Toronto. And by virtue of it being a national instance, it's available to all researchers across the country. And we've also partnered with the Canadian Research Knowledge Network to support and operate DataSite, DataSite Canada. It's a consortium to ensure Canadian institutions have integrated DataSite as part of their infrastructure and are sustainably supported in DOI mining. We're also supporting ORCID ORCID-CA, Canadian adaptation of ORCID, to provide Canadian institutions and organizations with premium membership to ORCID at a reduced cost. So we're using our power of the Alliance as a national organization to provide sort of bulk purchasing, procurement opportunities, and cost savings to support communities both bilingually and creation of communities of practice, as well as technical support and other outreach materials. Further continues to be a major spotlight in the offering of tools and products. It's a national discovery service for finding Canadian research data. And it's basically a large repository of data sets that allows for complex services with many partners in the DRI ecosystem, including libraries, research and post-secondary institutions, federal and regional organizations across RDM communities and advanced research computing sectors. So in addition to supporting the use and proliferation of the tool sets, we're also a funder. And so let's go to the next slide. What you see before you here is just a sample of some of the 3 calls that have happened most recently or over the course of the last year. There's the COVID research data, the improved stewardship for COVID-19 research data, Core Trust Seal, and the Data Champions pilot. We've done 2 RDM related funding calls through the COVID and Core Trust Seal, and the Data Champions pilot is a more recent call, and we're very shortly going to be announcing the successful recipients of that particular initiative, which was designed to support the role of data champions throughout the country and develop activities at the local, regional, and national level that advance awareness, understanding, development, as well as adoption of RDM tools and best practices. So then going to the last slide, really what I wanted to say, if we can go to that one, under this one is basically coming full circle. I talked about at the outset that we are looking to form an RDM advisory committee. Some of the purposes and goals of this RDM advisory committee are listed on this slide. But effectively, some of the color commentary I would offer is that now that we've assumed national responsibility for supporting research data management, and we remain very committed to increased engagement and communication with our key partners, we felt it was essential to help maintain our own awareness of the landscape as well as proliferate it through shared connections and ensure that we were developing strategies and services that respond to the community's needs. And so the objectives of this committee are to provide advice and direction to the Alliance on both strategic and operational teams, to support inclusive involvement of the RDM community, and support timely reporting of developments that have significant or material impact on the RDM ecosystem overall. And finally, identify opportunities for collaboration amongst Canadian organizations. But the point I really wanted to leave you with is the following. With that, I would like to conclude by restating something that I'd shared to the Portage Network of Experts last week. And that is, it's very clear from all of the learning and understanding we've done over the course of the last year that the history of RDM in Canada is a grassroots movement. It's a grassroots movement of RDM experts, supporting researchers. And just by looking at the history, it's very clear that you can continue to do the remarkable work you want to do and have been doing for the past several years with or without the Alliance. But I wanted to end today's presentation to the NDSF Summit that as CEO of the Alliance, I want you to hear from me. While you can do it on your own, we can't do it without you. I want to formally commit that we cannot do this work without you, and we rely on your partnership and your support in serving researchers and supporting their needs to truly put Canada as a global leader on the knowledge economy. And so my very last slide is simply an acknowledgement of all of the partners that have worked with us over the course of the last year. And so with that, I turn back to you, Mark, to answer any questions that there might be.
Great, thanks, Nizar. Don't have any questions yet. I see a lot of DMP love, for want of a better word, in the chat, reminiscing about the origins of the DMP assistant and how awesomely useful it is. One of the, and I know that the discussion is new, Nizar, but I don't think at this point in time we're looking for feedback. We don't have a specific timeline in terms of the RDM advisory committee, but if folks have advice, I know Lee Wilson is on the call, and Lee is the lead of our data management team, is getting lots of feedback about moving that forward. There were a couple of meetings recently with the Network of Experts team to get their feedback. So any other thoughts and comments people might have would be much appreciated. Is a question from Karen Nizar. What are the next steps for the Alliance now that the needs assessment and strategic plan are out and funding cycles are underway?
Yeah, thank you, Karen. I would still say that in many ways we've used the term transition, and we officially take over our responsibilities on April 1. But it's not a one and done, Karen. It's very much as people would expect. This is a massive, complex ecosystem. Even though I would say my colleagues from Portage joined our organization on April 1st of 2021, we're still transitioning. We're still learning. We're still adapting. We're rectifying certain missteps that we've unintentionally made. So really the next year, Karen, is a phrase that I've been using, and unfortunately you'll all hear probably ad nauseum if you invite me to speak to you again. It's a phrase that we're focusing on two things: integration and stabilization. We've got the people coming together, but there are still big questions. What are the governance mechanisms by which we hope to support strategic and operational decisions going forward? What are the committee structures? How are we going to ensure engagement? We can say all we want in terms of we want to engage, but how are we going to actually make that possible? We have the Portage network of experts. Within the Compute Canada Federation, we had 34 national teams. Some were very overlapped to the work that Portage and Research Data Canada through Canary had done. And so we're looking to harmonize a lot of those opportunities so we can truly have repeatable and predictable mechanisms to get feedback from the community about directions that we should be taking in the service of researchers going forward. And so I would say most of this year is going to be focused on putting those elements in place. As is outlined in our strategic plan, there are three fundamental mechanisms that we're focusing on. The first is something that we're calling a new service delivery model. And new service delivery model really means how are we, now that we have the opportunity to integrate the ecosystem, going to structure mechanisms so we can meet the needs of researchers. We have a funding model, which is basically taking advantage of some of the strengths that Portage and others have benefited from in terms of production of tool sets, as well as the operating mechanisms that existed under Compute Canada. And then to introduce stability and predictability, Karen, we're looking at a multi-year funding formula. So what are and that's where the real dollars exist, hundreds of millions of dollars over the next 3 years to invest into the DRI ecosystem. And so because our formulas are also based on provincial and institutional match, we want to create a multi-year picture so people can forecast and better understand where those opportunities exist in terms of their contributions and going forward. So those would be three things that we're hoping to deliver in the next fiscal year.
Thanks, Nizar. Eugene asked a two-part question. What's the outlook or timeline for the Alliance's inaugural funding opportunity? And will there be a similar funding envelope for research software as there used to be with Canary?
So the answer to that is the outlook is probably at the earliest, Eugene, the fall. And this is more a function of when I talked about the missteps. I think we didn't appreciate how much effort would be required in producing a $30 million or $20 million funding call. And while we got a lot of that information done and submitted to ISED, it actually bumped into the federal election that we ran into last year. And so it became, as part of parliamentary procedures, a new funding ask. So it's actually been put on hold. And so it'll be all of the materials, all of the submissions are now with federal government, but we've been signaled that it probably won't be to the fall. As for the other part of the question in terms of calls for similar to what Canary had done, it's my hope. So I don't want to be definitive and say it's absolutely happening, but it is my hope. I think most of where we're hoping to do that through is not these separate calls like we did with the IFO, but through the multi-year funding formula, where we're taking a comprehensive look and saying, what are the sort of end-of-life immediate issues that exist in the advanced research computing sector, of which there are many, and what are some of the opportunities that we can fulfill through funding calls in research data management and software. And then the common link is, can we create incentives, which is something we actually got from the needs assessment. Can we create incentives, funding incentives that require submissions for or responses to our calls for proposal to bring together the three ecosystems? So are there proposals that people would say, I need this for ARC, but I also have an RDM component and an RS component, which would nicely illustrate and serve as a demonstration example of how the ecosystem can come together and benefit researchers. So we're hoping to really put much of that in the way we're structuring our multi-year funding call.
And maybe just on that one is our last question. Felicity asks if the multi-year funding program, are they multi-year grants for researchers, or is it multi-year programs from the perspective of the Alliance?
Both.
Yeah.
So to my current understanding, Felicity, and thank you for the question, we're putting in our proposals by the end of June of this year. So I'll give you some timelines. By the end of June of this year, we're required to submit our multi-year funding proposal, and we're developing it through bodies that are sort of rapidly coming up, things like the RDM Advisory Committee, the existing committees and structures that exist on the ARC side. There's a group called the Executive Management Committee, EMC. So we're looking at their, as well as some work that we've done with the 34 national teams in Compute Canada that have identified some sort of immediate needs. We're hoping to put forward calls that will say, this is how much money we will have each year from the federal government's perspective to be able to sort of to be able to make available. How much match would it generate? And then many of those, as you can tell, will likely be 2- and 3-year opportunities, depending on how we stagger and announce them. It's really hard to spend money appropriately and responsibly within a 12-month time frame. So that's going to be part of the proposal as well.
Sorry, I think it's because I'm not a co-host, Nizar. I missed the fact that Caroline had her hand up.
Oh.
So begging Nizar's indulgence, I'm actually going to share my screen, so won't be spotlighted, Nizar. But Caroline, did you want to unmute yourself?
Thanks. Yeah, I appreciate everything that's been said so far, and I appreciate a lot of what's been said about the need for sort of the researcher community, for engagement with the community, the networks of experts, this proposed advisory group. It all is very positive and important, and I know a lot of my U-Ottawa colleagues have been involved in those, and so kudos for them for their work. And I guess my question is that just about everyone or most that I know of, people who are involved in these network expert groups are either librarians or professors or staff of universities who are salaried employees who are compensated for their time based on their primary place of employment. But it seems to me there are also people who need to be or should be engaged who are not salaried employees of universities. I'm thinking of folks like First Nations communities and Inuit communities and Métis communities and other potentially underrepresented groups who are not university employees. And I guess my question is, are they compensated? Are they, is there movement afoot to do a better job of bringing folks in such a way that their time is respected and that they can engage without having to give up too much of their own time for free? And maybe everyone else already knows how this works, but I don't think I do. So I'd be curious to hear comments about that.
Sure, Caroline, and thank you for the question. We actually have taken this issue we have a 22-member volunteer researcher council. Volunteer in the sense that we don't compensate them, but I take your point that they're salaried professionals throughout the country. We've taken this issue, and there's some work that we've learned from our tri-councils, particularly SSHRC, where they've recently hired a senior individual looking at ways in which to strengthen engagement, and particularly with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities. there is already precedent from our federal partner organizations where there is compensation opportunities. You have a very vital group of which is small in number, and everyone is making demands for their time and their energy, and so they're often pulled in a variety of different directions. And so whether it's through if they are formally engaged in the university sector, ideas have been proposed around helping to negotiate teaching relief, or actually formally compensating them in a nominal way, but a meaningful way, nominal yet meaningful. I don't know if that's a contradiction in statement. Sorry, Caroline, but like not $50, like $1,000, $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 sort of stipends that engage them in some formal way. And so we're hoping to get a recommendation from our researcher council on that. The good news is we haven't heard any opposition from our funder about instituting such practices, because they realize that as Canada moves towards reconciliation, these are mechanisms we're going to have to embody and adopt as if we truly wish to have a true meaningful engagement with some of our underrepresented communities. So no definitive answer right now, but it's looking very positive in terms of the directions that we're going.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Caroline, and thank you, Nizar, for your comments and feedback. I'm not sure if your schedule allows, but if you wanted to hang around, this is just the last bit here is going to be some feedback that I'm going to put in the context of this slide. And that is, I'm going to facilitate a discussion, and we're going to have a Menti poll, but I will encourage folks to put their hands up. And I might, Victoria, I might need to be designated a co-host so I can see if people do put their hands up, or somebody's going to have to let me know, open their mic when that becomes the case, because I can't see when people put their hands up. So I'm going to go to the next slide, and then I'll ask Lena to put the link in so you don't have to madly write down this link here. If you're familiar with menti.com, then you can go to menti.com and put in that 8-digit code at the bottom, or easier, you can just click on that link that Faraz and Lena have both put in there. So with that, I'm going to stop my screen share and ask Faraz to share his screen. Faraz is going to control the slides that we have. And I see some of you have already responded to the first question. And I'm sorry, I apologize. I've been traveling, drove from PEI to Ontario over the weekend for this meeting and others, and to spend time with our soon-to-be 2-year-old grandson. So somebody had made a couple of suggestions on improvements to the slide, but I didn't get a chance to do that. So the first item there is to kind of give people a bit of a feeling for Menti. How many previous NDSF summits have you attended? And of course, I hope the data scientists in the crowd will say, Mark, why didn't you say none? So we had a sense of how many of you are first timers on this 5th summit. So my apologies for not thinking like a data scientist. So I'm going to, actually, Faraz, you can go ahead to that next slide. And this one is just to kind of give us a sense of which of the these kind of core principles, if you will, that would you be familiar with, or to help guide you in the RDM context. So there's a number of what I would call core principles. Some of them you heard about in our open science context. Aaron Franks talked about the OCAP principles from the FNIGC. The Chief Science Advisor had recently published their Open Science Roadmap, and I mentioned the Canada declaration earlier. And of course, one of our panelists, Simon Hodson, was one of the co-chairs in the UNESCO Open Science recommendations. So there's a number of items there, including the fair and trust principles. So that'll just give us a sense of how many of you that are gathered here today might be familiar with these, or how they might guide you in your practices. So I'll leave that up for a couple more minutes, and then I'll just lay the context for the next 2 slides. So the next two slides are intended to get at any advice or thoughts you might have, in particular about how the Alliance, with its new mandate under the leadership of Nizar and the senior leadership team, can affect a seamless transition, if you will, or an integration, as Nizar alluded to, of those three kinds of pillars of data management, research software, and advanced research computing. So we are trying to give you an opportunity to provide some comments. So Faraz, if you want to advance to the next one. And one of the things I really like about Menti is, depending on how fast people type, this will give you a chance to kind of see the other things that people are typing. And of course, we'll have a record of this and we'll publish it when we publish the summary document from this summit. This question asks about what should be a focus for the Alliance's RDM strategy and activities. So specifically here on the RDM, not to continue to put RDM in its own bubble, but I thought it would be useful to kind of get your thoughts on what you feel some of the key priorities are. And I think here we're seeing a reinforcement of some of the results that Nizar pointed to from the needs assessment with funding and training, certainly at the top. I know this is the 5th NDSF summit, and I know training always rose to the top when it came to the key gaps and the key areas where attention needed to be paid to kind of facilitate adoption of best practices in data management. I've seen a couple of suggestions around the repository, context repositories for sensitive data. One of the things that the Alliance's RDM team is working actively on is a secure data storage pilot. More on the funding and training, funding agency transparency. Not sure what the intent is there with that one, but if the person who made that comment wanted to put their hand up or unmute, that would be good to get a better sense of what the intent was there. Sensitive data coming up a lot. Understanding the diversity of needs across the research community, diverse institutions, and developing responsive strategies. I think this partly comes back to Caroline's question regarding traditionally underrepresented communities in the ecosystem. There's some excellent work going ahead on the West Coast, centered at SFU. Equity Data Commons. I was blanking on the name there. If there was anybody here representing the work, excellent work of the Equity Data Commons group, if you had a link to put in the chat, I'm sure colleagues on this call would find that fascinating. So a few more comments coming up. Help conversation change from compliance to good research. I think we kind of heard that sentiment as well in our open science panel. Some additional detail on PIDs. Advancing all parts of the research lifecycle. I really appreciated Simon Hodson's comments on the upstream and downstream kind of approach to thinking about the research data lifecycle. I thought that was a very compelling visualization and example of what I think a lot of us somewhat take for granted with that research data lifecycle. So a couple along those lines, integrating better with ARC systems, metadata support for researchers, always challenging whether you're a researcher or a librarian. Metadata brings a great deal of promise in terms of a common language and a common approach to describing things like research data, but it can be very challenging, not just to determine what's the best metadata profile consider, but then what kinds of tools does one have access to? So that's a particularly compelling one for me. I think we can go ahead and change to the final slide. Thanks, Phil. So this one, we had a discussion about this one, and unfortunately I wasn't able to change it to appeal to both sides of my brain, if you will. And this one is to list activities that you feel would facilitate that integration of data, research software, and advanced research computing to the benefit of researchers. This one can be a little more challenging, but I kind of would, if you were here for Dr. Poirot's keynote presentation and some of Nizar's comments about these three components of the DRI ecosystem, I think for a lot of us, it kind of starts with the data, or our focus is with the data. As a researcher, I think it's often about the data. And you don't necessarily want to think about the advanced research computing advantages that you might get from accessing ARC via Compute Canada type context, or is there an opportunity or advantage to using cloud services? So those are the kinds of things that ideally researchers don't have to think about, but can rather just have available to them through a smart, intelligent kind of researcher-aware portal, if you will, for something like the Alliance's DRI services. I find it interesting that middle question, what happened to Radium, which was, I would agree, a very promising project, was one of the projects funded in the first, I think, Canary RDM funding call. And it had some very interesting features. It was kind of built within that Compute Canada framework. So I don't know if anybody is on the call from the Radium team, if you wanted to respond to that. But that, yeah, that was a very promising piece of middleware, as I would refer to it, that would help the researcher in particular derive that all-important metadata as they did their research. Hands-on workshops on research software. I think lots of news to come on that, and updates to come as the Alliance moves ahead with the next fiscal year starting April 1. I can say that the Canadian Research Software Conference that Canary has put on became such a kind of a seminal event for that research software community. That conference will go ahead this year. I don't know if they've settled on the date, but there is an intention to hold that sometime between now and late summer. So look for specific dates to come on that one, I would say in the next week or two. And even in that one's not so much a hands-on workshop, but so I appreciate the specific language used there, because as somebody who participated in what the library community called Hackfests for a couple of decades, there's nothing quite like that opportunity to bring practitioners together with graphic designers and managers and all the different kind of skills that are needed for a successful research software team together to work on specific problems in something like a Hackfest context. So I wouldn't be surprised if we can see more of those kinds of things coming down the pipe as well. We've talked about the CoData RDA data science training opportunity, which brings elements of all three, data, software, and ARC into a common week-long, traditionally face-to-face training piece. So that might be another example. Lower the admin barrier for PIs to access resources like Compute Canada. Well, there we go. Thanks to Alex Bushel in the chat. He's indicated the dates, and there's a website on the Canary site. So Canary will be hosting that conference for the last time this year, and the Alliance will be providing whatever support we can to Canary that's been doing that conference for a number of years. So thanks for that, Alex. Guidance for institutions on integrating their oh, I missed that one. Scrolled off the screen. We'll come back to it. Supporting generating metadata, opening APIs, and increased functionality of gateways and VREs. Excellent example in terms of supporting more data sources. Great way to link the research software data ecosystems. Librarian-specific funding opportunities. Create a researcher RDM benchtop shareable collaborative platform that can be used during a specific research data lifecycle to facilitate those RDM best practices. That's a great idea. Don't be surprised if I ping all of you a month from now to find out who put a particular example in the Menti. Defining best practices for RDM, that's come up a couple of times. Alex, you may see there's a follow-up question on the Canadian Research Software Conference. Lots of hands-on training stuff. I mean, clearly, I think that's a real opportunity, and I know our colleagues in the Compute Canada Federation have been heavily involved in providing hands-on training and carpentries. So there's a good example of where the alignment of these different organizations under the Alliance will facilitate, I think, a very robust approach to working with the community at large. Training programs for both undergraduate and graduate research assistants. So lots of good ideas there. So I now have the name attached to the Kathleen. Thank you for that, for the Researcher Benchmark platform. I may get in touch with you to get more thoughts from you on that. So I think, sorry, I'm just waiting for that project-based training. Okay, so project-based training. For me, that's the number one kind of opportunity we have to deliver training, is to consider domain-specific or project-specific, if you will, opportunities to deliver focused training. And I know the Alliance and Nizar, I'm not actually sure if we've announced our new colleague who's joined the Alliance as to start working with the communications team on training. Is that public now?
It is. It's her first day today.
Okay.
So you can do so.
Then I'm very pleased to say that Lydia Vermaiden has joined the Alliance team starting today. Lydia comes to us from Antigonish, St. Yves, where Lydia worked with her colleagues, and Lydia is actually on the call, the NDSF Summit call today. And Lydia has lots of experience in that ARC community, digital humanities background, and more recently, additional experience, obviously, in her Compute Canada context. And Lydia, I'm not going to put you on the spot by asking to say hi or introduce yourself, but if you felt like that was something you wanted to do, then by all means.
She's literally 7 hours old in the Alliance. And we're thrilled for every minute of it.
Yeah, it's a great addition to the team. We're very lucky.
Thanks so much for
Thanks for saying hi, Lydia. I know last time I saw you, I think you just got home and your toddler was happy to see you. So
yes,
welcome,
yes, very
welcome
true. Thanks so much.
All right. So I think that's probably, there's probably some more to come there. We've got some good comments and suggestions there. I think one of the things that this does, and it makes me miss the previous, not the most recent NDSF summit, but the previous summits where we had a community gathered together in whether it was the hotel in Canada or in downtown Montreal. It was such an awesome opportunity, and I made so many met so many people for the first time who became major collaborators and friends in the ecosystem. So I'm hoping that sometime in the not too distant future, in the Alliance context, we'll all be able to meet face to face and have those kinds of conversations that can only be had with a small group of people in a physical location. So with that, I am going to, so that Menti, I'm going to stop sharing, or Faraz, you can stop sharing your screen. And I'll just say that we're going to leave the Menti poll open. I'm not 100% sure how that works when Faraz isn't pushing the next button to go to the next slide. But we'll leave that open, and in the event that you're able to add additional feedback or comments. I'm tempted to, not to put you on the spot, Nizar, but I'll just give you an opportunity to see if you had any kind of closing remarks. And I would note, I think we'll give Lydia the benefit of being with the Alliance for more than 7 hours to know whether or not what the team she has working with her will look like and all those kinds of details. And Lydia's just provided some additional information there. So I apologize to Lydia for putting her on the spot, but you will hear a lot more from Lydia to come. Nizar, any closing remarks?
Thank you, Mark. No, I think it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the partner organization that has actually brought us to the stage that we're at, which is Canary. As many of you have known, because I've not been shy about sharing this, I have the utmost respect for my colleague Jim Gadbain and his entire leadership team for their foresight, their energy, but more importantly, their what I would call sage advice in moving forward. This is pretty much new for us, and Jim is very generous with his guidance and his advice. He's a respected colleague, and I would say that much of what we have before us as an RDM community is entirely attributable to the Portage network of experts and leaders like Susan Haig from the Canadian Association of Research Libraries, to Research Data Canada and the leadership that Jim Gadbain and David Castle had provided. And of course, we already recognized early last year the leadership that Mark Leggett brings, and so we stole them over as quickly as we could. And so I just wanted to acknowledge our partners. We're nothing without you. And with you, I think the sky is the limit in terms of what Canada and Canadian researchers can achieve in the space of digital research infrastructure. And so I want to thank you all for your support and your partnership, and onward and upward.
Thank you very much, Nizar. And I echo your thanks to Canary and Jim and the team. I'm back to their new digs in Ottawa for the first time. So I appreciate seeing a lot of familiar faces. I look forward to continuing to work with all of you on the call, Nizar and Jim and others in all of the DRI ecosystem components that we've mentioned. Christy just mentioned, of course, Jeff Moon and Chuck Humphrey. I don't think we'd have an RDM ecosystem as robust and rich as it is without Jeff and Chuck's contributions. So many thanks to them. And as somebody who's kind of been part of the RDC, LCDRI conversations from the beginning, I think, again, I've said this before, but Bo Wunschneider summed it up, I think, the best in, I think it was the 2020 summit, at the end of a 3-day set of activities, and went around the room. And we knew at that point that Sinead Truitt had made a presentation on the results of the LCDRI recommendations. And Bo said, we've been working on this for over a decade. Let's just get on with it and do it. So I still remember Bo's comments, and I look forward to working with Nizar and all of you to continue to move ahead and just do it. So thank you all for attending. We will follow up. This was being recorded, so everybody who is registered will get a link to the recording. The decks will be uploaded to the Zenodo community, and the 2021 NDSF Summit and the summary that we do for this current summit will both be translated to French as well. And I hope colleagues, French-speaking colleagues, were able to take advantage of the interpretation feature today. So many thanks to Canary for their hosting. And I wish you best wishes, and I look forward to seeing you all face to face sometime soon.